Welcome to s-Hertogenbosch and the 2019 World Archery Para Championships. We're in the shadow of a beautiful cathedral of St. Jan and we're ready to crown some new world champions. The conditions, well, they've got a little bit better. The breeze was causing issues earlier on today, but the sun is trying to poke its head out here in the Netherlands. It's got a packed out schedule here this afternoon. It's all about the women's and men's compound team medals, followed by the mixed team medals, and then, of course, the all-important individual medals. I'm Karen Bashir, and joining me is Chris Wells.
Hi, Cam. How are you doing?
Very well. Very excited about what's coming up this afternoon. We start with the women's team and team bronze and gold medal matches. We've got a really exciting schedule here this afternoon.
Yeah, and we're starting off with something very interesting. The Great Britain compound women's team is featuring Jess Stretton, who is also in the women's gold final. And she shot a world record for the match play with 148 points. Fantastic score. And it could be high scoring in this field as well. She only switched to the compounds division recently, and it's really growing, the women's competition.
Well, coming up first, it's Russia versus Italy in the compound women's open team event, and a bronze medal up for grabs on the 50-meter range. Well, it's the losing semi-finalists that have to play off for the bronze medal. Russia losing out to China 216 to 213 in the semi-finals, and Italy losing out to Great Britain 230 to 224. So it's Russia versus Italy. Let's welcome the teams out onto the range here in s-Hertogenbosch. Well, Russia lead us out, 29-year-old Stepanida Artakinova, Tatiana Andreevskaya, who's 40 years old, and the 35-year-old Anastasia Zrioeva.
Of course, Artakinova also shoots on the World Cup team for Russia sometimes, so we've seen her more often than some of these para athletes.
Well, Russia go up against Italy. 22-year-old Maria Andrea Virgilio, 33-year-old Eleonora Sarti, and the 32-year-old Yulia Pesky.
Sarti used to be a wheelchair basketball player, but she's been shooting archery for a long, long time now. Very experienced member of the team.
Well, Russia shot a 20.37 in the ranking round to come out number one seeds. Italy a 20.33 to come out third seeds. So a very impressive lineup here for the women's team bronze medal match. Now, Chris, just explain the women's open para archery. How does one qualify for this event?
In the open divisions in para archery, athletes tend to have an impairment in the top or bottom half of their bodies. Now, W1 athletes who have an impairment in the bottom and top half of their bodies, they can also compete in this compound open competition. But the majority will just be one or the other.
Well, we're almost ready to go. Shooting first on target one will be Russia. That is a cracking start. Well, a perfect 30 from the 3 Russian athletes. Well, our little wind meter in the bottom right there showing you that the wind direction is changing. It's settled down a little bit here, but archers prefer a consistent wind rather than one that's blowing in different directions. You can see that the wind isn't strong. That sock is not blowing heavily, but it is moving around. Well, 57 out of a possible 60 for Russia is a great start for them. Italy potentially are on 27, so could match this with 3 10s. But their third arrow is subject to a measure.
So you'll see on the Italian team that Giulia Peschi, she shoots from her wheelchair, whereas Eleonora and Maria Andrea, they actually transfer from their wheelchairs onto stools to shoot their arrows. It's perfectly permitted under the rules.
So a 54 on the scoreboard with a 10 will mean Italy trail Russia after the first end by 3. That already goes up to 5. But we're going to have a measure on one of the arrows, and that is already quite important. A 5-point lead currently for Russia could be reduced to 4. Well, I didn't quite hear that one, Chris. We're trying to listen out for the target judges, but we will get a confirmed score very shortly. It's the Italian score we're looking at. Potentially could be marked up to 53. Was a cracking start from the Russian team, though. 3 athletes with different impairments, showing how the open category can allow for athletes of different impairments to take part.
Yeah, and perform at an exceptionally high level. 57 points is a score that any team would be happy with to open a final at a World Championship. And actually, it was Stephanie Duratakhanova, the most experienced of the Russian athletes, who dropped the lowest scoring arrow, the 8.
Yeah, the last arrow of the end, and can confirm that Italy have actually been marked up. So rather than trailing by 5 points, they're down by 4. But as always in archery, the trailing team will shoot first in the next end.
teams so close together, they almost look like they're sitting on top of each other. It's really tight on the line.
Well, good recovery and fight back from Italy, a 29 out of a possible 30.
Anastasia Ziova, she's missing her left limb, so she uses a brace. And a release aid attached to that brace to pull back the string. It looks like she's executing the shot by biting down on the mouthpiece, and that will open the clasp with the release and send the arrow towards the target.
Very innovative. But essentially all of these athletes, whatever their impairment, still have the same idea as an able-bodied archer, that you just want to have the same process over and over again and just repeat that and make sure your sight is targeted in on the center.
Yeah, in essence, none of these devices, none of the assistive devices allow for any advantage. They're just allowing them to shoot at the same level. These athletes can enter any competition with these assistive devices and use them in any competition.
Got a close-up there of Joziova's release aid. And that's Andrewskaya's first shot outside the 10 ring. And here we get a view of closer view of Joziova's, I should say, release aid.
Fantastic bits of technology. I mean, none of this is bought from the shop. It's all handmade, homemade. Yeah.
Well, a 56 following a 57 for Russia puts them on 113. Italy have improved and shot the best score in an end, a 58 in that second end, but they still trail by 2 points. But Chris, that improvement from Italy, if that's the direction they're moving in, one would expect them to at least draw level in the next end.
I wouldn't like to predict the future there, Karen, but 58 again, 58s, 57s, that's the kind of competitive scoring we'd expect to see at a World Championship level, para or otherwise.
Well, it was a 56 from Russia and a 58 from Italy, and here are all of those arrows.
Height's correct, left, right's correct from both teams. Nothing to change in the sights, just got to hit the middle.
Italy's grouping, apart from those 2 nines, they take those out, the one from Russia, one's from Italy. The Italian grouping just a little bit tighter than the Russians. And you can see the conditions are just chilly enough for the athletes to go to the effort of putting on a cardigan or a top just to keep themselves warm in between the ends.
I think Eleonora Sati is even wrapping her grip to keep it warm as well.
So Italy is still trailing, so they will shoot first in the third end of this bronze medal match. Another look at our windometer, and it is blowing yet again in a different direction.
It's been changing all day. Earlier it was coming straight at the athletes, now it's coming right to left and a bit from behind, I believe.
Yeah, I think you're right. But one thing, and I don't want to tempt Providence here, is that we were, well, almost promised rain by the forecast a little bit earlier on today, and so far it's held off. Well, just as I say that, Chris, the skies are starting to open.
It's your fault. Pesky flung her arm a little bit to the left, her bow arm. She let that one go. The arrow landed left.
Well, a sport where opportunity presents itself every now and again, and the question is, can you take it? Russia can open up their lead here. You get a very good look at that release aid in the mouth of Droziova. The 10 to gain another point on the Italians for Russia. Well, all square, so Russia maintain their 2-point lead. And a little bit of adjustment on the sight there from Artak-Hinova. And Chris, look, with these weather conditions changing, we've already talked about the wind and the fact that it's changing direction. With the rain, well, drips and drops falling every now and again, how much of an effect does that have on an archer?
In terms of the actual physical flight of the arrow, very, very little. The most annoying thing about rain is keeping the bow dry. While it may look fantastic, especially in slow motion shots when the bow's wet and it explodes off in a fountain of spray, it can get slippy, the grip can get slippy, the string gets heavy and slippy, and it can affect your sight mark on the target.
We get a very good close-up of the top of the bow there.
That's the cam, that's the pulley system, the wheels that make a compound what it is. It's the let-off. So when you pull back a compound bow, it starts at a high poundage and it ends up at a low poundage when you get back to your face. You may start pulling 60 pounds, hold only 50 pounds when you're aiming. Makes it much easier to aim really, really, really accurately at the center of the target.
And those arms that we see coming off the bow. They're used to try and keep a balance on the bow.
Well, the stabilizers are there to balance the bow and to absorb the vibration when it lets go, and then to help the reaction of the bow. So if you didn't have those stabilizers, when the bow shot, it would kind of come back towards the archer, but putting the weight in front allows it to jump a little bit. Many compound archers prefer it to stay quite still, which is why you'll see heavier weights on the back small rod.
Well, Italy trailing by just a single point.
8.
Can you hear the difference in sound when the arrow lands in the target in the gold and in the 8? It's the different kind of foam that's behind the gold that gives it that.
Well, you can actually see in between the targets the foam from where they've put the single targets rather than the double targets. And why is that? Is that because you want to hear the sound of the higher score?
It's actually just a different type of foam that has to put up with a lot more shots through it.
9.
Well, Italy not shooting badly, a 26 out of a potential 30, but Russia starting with an X.
Just watch Anastasia's mouth as she lets this arrow go. It's phenomenal. Just biting down.
Oh, you're right. I said it, Chris. The rain looked like it was going to hold off, and now it is coming down in buckets. Well, if anything, it's made the Italians shoot better. Still, though, a big opportunity for the Russians to build even more on their lead as the umbrellas are up everywhere in the stands.
Fantastic last arrow from Archery, just outside the 10 ring. Well-deserved win.
Yeah, a great win from the Russian team there. The Italians fought back hard when the rain started coming down, but Russia were just too strong throughout there. 57, 56, 54 and 56 took them to 223 and the bronze medal in the women's compound team event. Well, they're just waiting for confirmation from the target judge of the scores, but it would have to be a mighty swing around on that 9. It can only be marked up to a 10, but we have to wait for confirmation. Well, there you go. Confirmation that Russia have taken this one. The bronze medal here in s-Hertogenbosch goes to Andreevskaya, Artakinova, and Dzhiyeva of Russia.
They started better, 57 to open, and they finished better than Italy too, with a 56 to the 54. Well deserved through and through.
Yeah, took the lead from the off. And just kept pulling away. Italy tried to keep them honest, but in the end, Russia did it all in the first end and didn't look back. They are the bronze medalists in the women's team event here in the Netherlands. And you can see the umbrellas are already starting to be put away. The conditions are changing from minute to minute here. Well, coming up now, it's the gold medal match in the women's open team compound, looking down our 50-meter range. And it's a really interesting one. China versus Great Britain. China, a 2032 in the ranking round. To be ranked fourth came through Korea and Russia. Great Britain came through the ranking round with a 2034 ranked second, beating Brazil and Italy en route to this gold medal match. So let's go down onto the field of play and welcome the teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes to the field of play for the compound hero team gold medal match.
So this Chinese team, they shot 236 points in the quarterfinals to set a new world record for match play in the Compound Women's Open team competition.
Hui Li, Lin Yuishan, and Zhu Jiamin.
So there you are, the 29-year-old Zhu Jiamin, along with 30-year-old Lin Yushan and 30-year-old Li Hui.
And Xiaoman is not shy at all. She said earlier in the week that she thought her team were the best.
Well, they've got a chance to prove it here, but they're up against Great Britain. 25-year-old Jodie Grinham, the 19-year-old Jessica Stratton, and the 21-year-old Phoebe Pine.
So Britain also broke the world record in the quarterfinals at 233 points, but was beaten by China at the same time, so didn't get the record. Stratton was the W1 champion at the Paralympic Games in 2016. She switched to the Compound Open division for this season. This is her first event, first World Championships event, shooting the compound. I mean, the difference in that is that the compound athletes can use the full accoutrements, the peep sight, the scope, that combat athletes in the able bodies competitions can use, whereas W1 is limited and doesn't have that scope and the peep sight.
Well, just as we are about to get underway for the gold medal match, it's the return of the rain here in s-Hertogenbosch. The umbrellas are popping up. You get a good view of it there. China on target 1 will shoot first for the women's team gold medal.
I would not want to be out there in this.
Well, 28 out of a possible 30 is a good start from China, but a 10 is the response from Great Britain.
And that 10 was Jess Stretton, the one we just spoke about switching over to the compound open division. She's really taken to it like a fish in water.
9.
Is that your reference to the rain there, Chris? Because it is starting to come down pretty hard.
9.
But you see the targets are getting wet as well. Does the rain affect the target?
The targets are printed on waterproof paper, and what's more, not just the colours and the finish. There's a lattice of material of threads running through them to make sure they maintain structural stability.
Well, it's a very fine start from China. 56 out of a possible 60.
It's a good start, but 56 is 4 points dropped. That's as many points as they dropped during the whole match when they set that world record in the quarterfinals.
Well, add to that the fact that Great Britain are shooting even better, and they potentially can get to 58 here.
So the archers have to put their hands up when they finish their shot to show they're done before their teammate can begin. But many archers rush it, so they do it too fast. They do it as part of their motion, and that, I think, is a mistake, because you need to complete your shot before you put your hand up, before you make any other movements.
Well, Great Britain are getting a 57 in that first end. Means they have the early lead here in this gold medal match. World Championship title at stake. And you can see there Jodie Grinham just drying her sight there with the sleeve of her top. So that just shows you that the weather is starting to play, or the rain is starting to play a factor.
When inside that sight is a magnified lens, a scope, which magnifies the target, which makes it closer when she's aiming. And it's glass, of course, it's glass. So any drops on that glass are going to distort her vision, make it more difficult to aim, and it's particularly difficult if she's using a very small dot to aim with. If a drop of water gets on that, then it can cause all sorts of problems.
Well, some good support here for the British team. Just hop across the channel from Great Britain. A little bit further for fans of the People's Republic of China. And of course, the Brits very used to the rain. There is the Chinese support. I should say some of the Chinese support. There is a bigger contingent here in s-Hertogenbosch than just those two. So going into the second end, China trailing by a single point to Great Britain will shoot first as the rain continues to fall here in the Netherlands.
Zhao Zhaiman was in the team that came second in Beijing 2 years ago. Said she wanted to do one better this time around.
Well, dropping just a single point between the three of them. Zhao, Lin and Li getting a 29 out of 30 to put the pressure on the British team. Stratton in the middle again.
Yeah, and Stratton completing her shot before lifting up her arm to indicate that the next archer should begin.
So at the halfway stage in the second end, China have come from 1 point behind to lead by a single point. And of course, that accumulative score on the right-hand side is the key thing at the end of the match.
That's 4 straight tens for the Rio 2016 individual gold medalist, Zhao Zhaiman. She's the only one. No, 2 straight tens, my mistake.
So it's another 56 when they had a moment or a bit of momentum with them. China have given Great Britain an opportunity to extend their lead.
There's a 4th straight 10 from Jess Stratton. She's the only one not to have missed the middle so far in this match.
Yeah, impressive stuff from her. Phoebe Pine up next.
Phoebe shooting a hinge style back tension release. Aims at the middle and just waits for it to go off. Doesn't click any buttons.
Well, levelling up on score there in that end. Great Britain maintain their 1 point advantage over China.
And much of it is to do with Jess Stratton and those 4 tens. She shot twice as many tens as her other 2 teammates combined.
Well, she's looking pretty happy with herself, Jessica Stratton. 4 tens in a row. And Seems to be quite a relaxed air amongst the British team. They're keeping themselves dry. And there are the British team, look, smiling and enjoying themselves. But it's really interesting with archery, and especially with teams where you see the dynamic a lot more, that some archers prefer a bit more of a relaxed atmosphere. Others prefer it nice and solid and completely focused with little emotion. And we are seeing that contrast here.
Yeah, I would say on the whole, the World Archery Para Championships are a little bit more relaxed than some of our other events. A lot of these athletes are lovely people. A lot of these athletes are very fun people, I have to say.
That's suggesting that some aren't, Chris.
I wouldn't suggest such a thing. They're here to shoot, they're here to compete for a world title, but they're also here to really enjoy themselves and see some people that they haven't seen for a long time. These athletes, it's a community. It's a community that doesn't get to meet that often, and you can get that atmosphere here.
Well, that's the halfway stage of this gold medal match. Great Britain are leading China by a single point. China will get the second half underway.
10. Nine. Nine.
Not a bad start for China.
Nine.
That's the first drop point from Jessica Stretton. That's the first 10 from Pine. So marked as a 9, potentially could go to measure that one though.
Those arrows that land just at the bottom of the 10, it's difficult to see from this distance where the arrows are being spotted from, whether it's clipped the edge of the black. That's why it's been marked with an asterisk.
Yeah, they're going to go to the target judge to measure that third arrow from Great Britain, but meanwhile China score another 10.
10.
Dialed in on the centre here. It's a third 56 in a row for the Chinese team. Just gave that one away with her look then.
She's had a couple of arrows land low. I don't know if she's struggling to get her pin up into the middle when she's aiming.
Well, a 55 from Great Britain has the potential, actually marked as a 54, has the potential to be marked up to a 56, which will mean it's all square in the third end and Great Britain maintain their lead, but there's 2 arrows going to a measure, so Great Britain could potentially be behind by that single point once the measure's done. Let's see if we can hear the target judge.
Final end coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Please let me hear you for China. Let me hear you for Great Britain.
Guys,
is the important target.
En daarna weten we precies wat de tussenstand is.
It might be changing. A total amount of points because you have 2 arrows to control.
So they've got one of the 2, which puts the mats level at 168 each.
Yeah, that 9 asterisk stays as a 9. The 8 asterisk goes up to a 9. We wait for the official confirmation, but we suspect that 54 will go up to 55, and there it is. So all square at 168. This match comes down to 6 arrows per team, and the 4th and final end. So the range is declared clear by the target judge, and China will get the final end of this gold medal match in the women's compound team event underway. Oh, you couldn't ask for a better start.
China have chosen to put their strongest archer first in the rotation.
9.
So dropping just 2 points. We switch over to Great Britain and Jessica Stretton. And it's a good start from her for Great Britain too.
Stretton, arguably Britain's strongest archer in this match, also starting off.
Bit more of a solid shot there from Phoebe Pine, just 21 years old. Jodie Grimm has a chance to give Great Britain a lead here, and she does. 1 point ahead at the halfway stage in the final end for Great Britain. China have to put the pressure on with another big score in these final 3 arrows for them.
Well, Zhao Zhaiman has been really great in this match. She shot 2 9s to start and hasn't missed a 10 since.
Well, a brilliant 30 out of 30 for the final 3 arrows for China. Really has put the pressure on Great Britain. Well, they can only afford that 1 dropped point here. 2 10s required for Great Britain to stay in this match. And when the pressure was on, Phoebe Pine has put it into the 8. Only the 3rd 8 of the whole match between the 2 teams. Well, a 10 to finish there from Jodie Grimm. but subject to the final confirmation, China have taken this in the final end, coming from behind against Great Britain to take the gold medal and the World Championship title, 226 to 224.
And it was all about those last 3 arrows. China, XXX, 3 10s, finishing strong, finishing well enough to win the World Championships.
Now the official confirmation. Our judge is studying the targets. And then the hand will be raised. And the hand will be raised in the direction of the winning team.
No confirmation yet, but Zhao Zhaiman's already scooted off.
And there is confirmation from the target end of the range. China have taken the 2019 Women's Team Compound World Championship gold medal. Well, handshakes all round between the two teams. Great Britain led from the start. China levelled it up going into the final end and kept the momentum going in their direction to take the gold medal here in s-Hertogenbosch. Maybe disappointment for Great Britain, but when they look back on this, they've claimed a silver medal at the World Championships. China will be standing on top of the podium. Chris, it's all about coming good in the end, and China's last 3 hours, well, near perfection.
Zhao Zhaiman was excellent throughout the match, and she really kicked off that final series, the 10-10-10, to seal the deal and come back from a deficit. They weren't in contention. They weren't leading for most of those 24 hours.
Yeah, 3 10s at the end. Not only the perfect score, but did enough to put the pressure on Great Britain and secure the world title for China here in 2019. Well, the rain is holding off just for the minute. We've had a couple of little showers here this afternoon. The women's team medals are done, but coming up very shortly, the compound men's open team bronze and gold medal matches. Oh, you can see those trees moving around in the wind. The wind's actually settled down, and to replace it, to making things a little bit more difficult, has been the rain, but it hasn't stopped the crowd coming on to watch. Archery fans, young and old, here to support these world-class athletes in a world championship competition. Well, it's certainly a superb backdrop here in the centre of s-Hertogenbosch. And not a bad spot to hand out World Championship medals. Let's welcome the teams back out onto the field of play for the medal ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Compound Women Open Team. Dames en heren, hier is de medailleceremonie voor de categorie Compound Dames Open Teams. medals will be presented by World Archery First Vice President. De medailles zullen worden overhandigd door de eerste vicepresident van World Archery, Mario Scartella. The gifts will be presented by our local organizing committee CEO. De cadeaus worden overhandigd door onze toernooidirecteur, directeur van team TOC, organisator van de wereldkampioenschappen handboogschieten, Erik Kersten. Bronze medal representing the Russian Federation. Bronzen medaille namens Rusland.
Well, the bronze medal in the women's open team event goes to Russia. A very impressive team. Tatiana Andreevskaya,
Stepanida Artahinova,
Anastasia Zioeva,
Anastasia Zioeva,
Stepanida Artahinova.
Silver medal representing Great Britain. Zilveren medaille namens Groot-Brittannië.
Well, they shot really well at the start of the gold medal match. They've been shooting well all week here in s-Hertogenbosch, but in the end, it was just one end that outdid them against a strong Chinese team. Jessica Stretton in the middle, receiving her medal. Phoebe Pine on the left has hers. And there is Jodie Grinham. They are the silver medalist here at the 2019 World Championships.
Gold medal and world champions representing the People's Republic of China. Gouden medaille, wereldkampioenen namens China.
Well, they came from behind after two ends to level it up in the third of the gold medal match. And then a strong 3 X's at the end of that match took them over the line to the World Championship title here in the Netherlands. Zhu Xiaomin, Lin Yushan and Li Hui of China are the 2019 World Champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those who are able, please rise for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
So now it's time for the national anthem of the People's Republic of China.
Het nationale volkslied van China. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to our athletes. Dames en heren, nog één keer een applaus hier op de parade in s-Hertogenbosch voor de top 3 atleten.
Oh, Archie there doing his job, clearing the field of play. That's the women's team medals all sorted here in Den Bosch. Coming up next, it's the bronze medal match in the compound men's open team event here in Den Bosch in the Netherlands. As the weather settles down here, let's take a look at how these two teams got to this point. Losing in the semi-finals, Ukraine were taken out by Turkey 234 to 229. China lost out 234 to 228 to Iran. So it's Ukraine versus China for bronze.
And that Ukrainian quarter-final match, the 235 points to upset and beat the USA, that was a new world record.
So Ukraine on a good form, but as we've seen, China also with their game faces on here at this World Championships.
Ukraine are a somewhat surprise finalist. Coming up against the top-ranked team of the USA in the quarterfinals, you would have expected the USA to not have too much problem advancing, but it was Ukraine that surprised, and Ukraine deserved to be here.
Yeah, shooting a 2023 in the ranking around Ukraine, with a ranked 9th going into the knockout stages. China are 2059 to be ranked 3rd. So, despite recent form in the last few days, you would probably favour China on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And over the course of the tournament, the Chinese team has proven themselves to be one of the contenders in all of the divisions here. But then Ukraine have come out and posted this score that no one else has done before. So it's quite an open match, I think.
Well, it's taken a little bit of time to clear the field of play because of that rain, but it looks like the athletes are about ready to come out. Let's go down and join them.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes to the field of play with compound men only
Well, leading out the line, it is Ukraine, Serhiy Atamanenko, Ivan Ziadik, and Pavlo Nazar. Nazar, the 2009 World Individual Silver Medalist.
That was back when para archery was run by the IPC, the International Paralympic Committee. So only over the last 5, 6, 7 years that's been fully integrated into world archery.
Well, Ukraine face China, who boast the world number 12, Ai Jinyang, Rio 2016 mixed team gold medalist, and the 2017 individual gold medalist at the World Championships. Joining her, He Zhihao and Guo Feng.
Ai Jinyang was really impressive 2 years ago in Beijing in the individual competition. I remember that. Home soil in Beijing. He did exceptionally well at those Worlds.
Just the one archer in a wheelchair for Ukraine. Chinese all in wheelchairs, but all looking very different, Chris. And you said earlier on that the chairs are very specifically designed for the archers.
Yeah, there's some regulations as to how high the backs can be, how high the armrests can be. But it's a piece of equipment. It's a piece of equipment like a bow, frankly. They're just as customized and just as important in terms of archery equipment.
Well, it's time to get this bronze medal match underway. Ukraine on target 1 to shoot first.
91.
.27 out of a possible 30 for Ukraine, although that first arrow is subject to a measure, currently marked as an 8. That is not the best sighter we've seen so far today.
And if it was because it was a bad shot, it's not really helpful for the team either. There's nothing they can learn off of that arrow.
So effectively the second arrow becomes the sighter, and that was a 9.
10.
And immediately acknowledging to himself that he'd shot a good arrow. Atamanenko adjusting his sight already.
Pavlo Nazar quite shaky at full draw.
So an opportunity here for China. Potential 56 on the cards with 3 10s.
9.
Take that down to 55. Well, able to gain a very slight lead here, but only by a single point, and Ukraine's first arrow is subject to a measure. From what we can see on our scoring system, I would have to say that's going to remain an 8, but let's see if we can hear the target judge.
Dat zijn momenten dat ze zich geen over de rode kaart gaan kijken. Kan ook wanneer ze de hand niet opsteken, dat doen ze niet in de pijl. Als dan vergeten opsteken.
Well, the archers definitely like to customise their equipment, and as Chris said, the wheelchairs do become part of that equipment. Not a lot of stickers on that one. Here's Zhao. Scores there confirmed, and Ukraine's arrow has indeed been marked up, and we are all square after the first end. But talking about customisation, Chris, the archers do like to customise their equipment. I noticed that Pavlo Nazar has a uniquely coloured release aid as well.
I haven't picked up on that just yet. Release aids do come in all shapes, sizes and colours.
Well, it has to all the bits of equipment, even the stabilisers sometimes are different colours for the different athletes.
Got to be bling to win.
So they say. Well, so you say at least. So all square, Ukraine and China going for bronze here in the compound men's open team event. Ukraine to shoot first in the second end.
9.
All the elastic bands on the sight.
Is that just decoration, or is that there for a reason?
I suspect it's there to absorb vibration, to make sure that it's the appendages on these bows that do take the brunt of the vibration. It's a huge force that's released when the string goes. And the small components like the sight pins, the sights, they're the ones that can take the most damage from the vibration. And by damage, I just mean movement.
Well, a 25 out of a possible 30 from Ukraine has left the door ajar. That's 7 in the middle of the 2 9s. Means China have got an opportunity to take an early lead, and it looks like they're taking advantage. So a notional 2-point gain for China.
8.
And it's an 8 following that 7 from Nazar in this second end that's doing the damage.
8.
Every single one of those arrows is above the 10 ring, high in the target.
This could be a significant lead for China at the halfway stage. Well, it's 5 points. That's not insignificant. And China taking that second end 55-50.
This Ukrainian team doesn't look like a team that would have shot a world record at this stage. They need to pull themselves together, need to get back to that way of shooting if they've got any chance of pulling this medal back.
Well, the pressure of a medal match, and as you said, that these archers don't necessarily get the same number of experiences as the pedestrian athletes. There's not as big a circuit. So that pressure is not something they're used to, and perhaps that is affecting Ukraine.
Yeah, absolutely. Shooting a big score is a great moment, is a great thing, but it's consistently being able to shoot a big score in medal matches, in important matches, that makes a good team a great team and a team that wins medals at World Championships. And if Ukraine aren't able to do that, then they're not ready to win this medal.
Well, you'd think that the coach from Ukraine would be apoplectic, but he seems very, very calm.
Well, look, it's only a 5-point deficit. That swing came in 6 arrows. There's plenty of time to pull this back. China aren't shooting perfectly, so there's room.
Well, yeah, we've seen, as you said, 5-point swings. Well, clearly we've seen one right in this match for China, but we've seen them go back the other way as well. And we are only at the halfway stage here. Ukraine trailing will shoot first in the third end as the rain starts to fall again here in the Netherlands. Nines all the way for Ukraine. And China with a 9 in their first arrow.
10.
And that's exactly what the Chinese needed to continue to try and open up their lead.
9.
Well, 9's not enough.
Not to pull this back. And not when your opponent's shooting 10s.
Doesn't look happy, does he? Pavlo Nazar. Almost apologetic.
9.
Well, they just don't look comfortable. They don't look comfortable. They're not scoring the kind of scores that they'll need in a match of this level.
A sight change there from Dizdik.
10.
China have taken a hold of this match here. Another massive opportunity here to extend their lead. Well, in two ends of archery, China have blown this one away. They've opened up a 10-point gap in just 12 hours. Incredible stuff from them.
Yeah, and a 58 in the third end is excellent shooting. That's absolutely excellent shooting, without a doubt. But it's more what Ukraine haven't done, as opposed to what China have done, that have decided the outcome of this match, or looks like has decided the outcome of this match already.
A 10-point swing going into one end. I mean, look, stranger things have happened, but it would be the comeback of all comebacks, or the collapse of all collapses.
It would need a collapse from China here. You'd need a miss to have any chance of Ukraine pulling this back.
Well, they're just we're looking down at the athletes from the target end of the range, and down the end where this camera is facing. Oh, there we go. As if by magic, you can see the assistants down at the other end of the range clearing the arrows from the target. That's why we have these mini pauses between each end. Clearly it would be, well, it'd be a new sport if they were allowed to shoot now.
So like in the able-bodied championships, the para archers get agents to collect the arrows during these finals, but unlike the able-bodied championships, they also get agents during the earlier stages of the competition, so that the wheelchairs can stay on the line, that the athletes can stay on the line in their spots, and don't have to go to the targets to collect their own arrows.
Well, the target is clear. Line judge calls the range safe to shoot. Ukraine trailing by 10, going into the final end with a mountain to climb. It's a good start.
Well, the score looks good at level until you realise that Ukraine are an arrow down, and China have still got 6 to shoot.
Well, marked as a 9 on our scoreboard, but called as a 10 by the stadium announcer.
It looked like Ukraine would finish well at least, but that 7 has put even that in doubt.
that one also subject to a measure, but an 8 can only go up to a 9. Ukraine's arrow can go up to a 10.
Unfortunately, Ukraine don't need a 10, they need a 20.
But a wobble here from the Chinese athletes. Not necessarily a big enough one, but still a wobble nonetheless. As you said, Chris, with just 2 arrows to go, they only lead by a single point. Ukraine. This is all they can do, shoot the best arrows they can. And all of a sudden, Pavlo Nazar has found his form.
I think Ivan Ziediak was struggling with his anchor there. He didn't seem to be putting his hand against his face, almost hovering a little below, and that will push his arrows up and to the left, exactly where they landed. 2 7s. It's really unfortunate. A really unfortunate way to finish a tournament when you shot so well at points during it.
Well, a 10 on this arrow could do it without 1 arrow to spare.
9.
It's a 9, which means you just need a scoring arrow here to take the match. China on the brink of bronze. Finishing with a 9. There are 3 arrows subject to the measure, but I think that is pretty much done. We just have the scores to confirm China will be taking bronze here at the World Championships in s-Hertogenbosch.
Yeah, it's safe to say that one was done after the second or third ends. 5-point lead after 12 arrows. 10-point lead after 18 arrows, and China just cruised to the win there.
Staying nice and calm. No massive celebrations yet. I think even the coach there is handing out a little bit more technical advice. He does break a little smile there, as does A. Jinliang.
Of course, Ai-Jin Lang, the guy in the middle there with the thumbs up, the first thumbs up, he's got to come back out into the arena for the gold medal match of the mixed team, the compound mixed team competition. So there's still advice to give.
And there is the target judge confirming that China are the bronze medalists here in the Netherlands, and will get to stand on the podium a little bit later on. So there we have it. China have taken the bronze, 220 to 210 over Ukraine. Ukraine have got a world record here in s-Hertogenbosch, but no medals. China will be on the bronze step of the podium here in the Netherlands. Well, the targets have been replaced. It's time for the gold medal match here in the Compound Men's Open Team event at the 2019 World Archery Para Championships, and it's Turkey versus Iran. Well, Turkey came through the ranking round with a 20.48 to be ranked 5th, taking out Australia in the quarterfinals and then Ukraine. Iran shot a 20.63 in the ranking round to be ranked 2nd, and they took out Malaysia and then Canada to get through. Sorry, China in the semi-finals to get through to this gold medal match. So it's Turkey versus Iran.
Please welcome the athletes to the field of play for the Compound Men Open Team Gold Medal Match. On target number 1.
Well, coming out first on target number 1, it's Turkey. Erdogan Ayhan, Bülent Korkmaz and Murat Turan.
And here we have the opponents on target number 2, representing the Islamic Republic of Iran.
They're contenders for the World Championship title of 2019 is Iran. So Ramazan Biabani, Alisina Manshayazde in the middle, and Hadi Nouri on your right. This team won the silver medal at the last edition of the World Championships in 2017 and are looking to go one better here against a sprightly Turkey. Iran getting their chairs in order. The coach there assisting with that. As you saw there, Nouri just adjusting his back support. Everything has to feel the same in order for these archers to have the best chance of consistently good shooting. It looks like the Iranian team are ready to go. But shooting on target 1, Turkey will get us off the mark.
Eight.
Korkmaz following Turan.
9.
Making an immediate adjustment to his sight. Just dropping 3 points in the first 3 arrows. Not a bad start from the Turkish team.
7.
Good response to the 7. Despite that 10 and 9, leaves Iran trailing by a single point halfway through the first end. Longish hold here.
s-Hertogenbosch really taking his time on aim. Of course, we'll see Murat in the gold medal match individually here in s-Hertogenbosch.
Well, they've set a target, which means Iran have to shoot a perfect 30 now.
We said before, these wheelchairs are all customized to the archers, but nice touch from Iran. They've all got the same decoration, same branding on the wheel guards.
Well, it could have been a lot better than that for Iran. They trail by 4, having dropped an 8 in the last arrow. Erdogan Ayhan there falling into the 8, which means Turkey have a 4-point lead. It's early days here, but we'd rather be in the Turkish camp.
Yeah, it's a bit of the same that we saw from Iran, it's sort of from Ukraine in the previous match. It's not tight, it's just loose. Turkey, on the other hand, are tight.
Yeah, very tight indeed, and those 3 10s, 3rd, 4th and 5th arrows were the ones that made a big difference and showed perhaps that Turkey have even more to offer. Well, a lot of support for the Turkish fans in the crowd. A rich history of the sport of archery in Turkey. One of the oldest archery centres in the world in Istanbul.
Okçular Vakfi was founded for archery in about 1450, about over 500 years ago. And actually some of these para-archers practice at that centre in Istanbul. We saw the W1 archers wearing the wristband of the facility.
Yeah, a fascinating centre. That archery centre dating back a long time. And a world record, or a distance record that is almost unthinkable of, 800 odd metres.
In the good old days in Istanbul, records were all about long distance shooting. Nowadays, the distance is 50 metres for compound archers. And that's what we're shooting today.
Well, Iran trailing at the start of the second end will shoot first. Ramazan Birbani starting with an 8. It's another 10 to start for Alessina Lanz-Hayes Day.
10.
So there are two target faces on each target, and the teams can shoot them in any order as long as there are 3 arrows in each by the end of each end.
9.
So far, Murat Turan, who's in the individual gold medal match, has had the worst record of any of the Turkish men.
9.
It's got time to settle things down, though.
Nine.
Well, far better end for Iran. Just 52 in the first end, a 57 in the second. And they put a bit of pressure on Turkey. And look what pressure can do. Well, a 4-point lead for Turkey coming into the second end. And they've already given up 3 of those points. And just like that, we see that the final arrow from Turkey is subject to a measure. But if it stays a 9, Iran have had a 5-point swing in this match. And just when we thought Turkey were going to run away with it after a brilliant start, Iran shoot 4 10s in that end. And that was enough to put the pressure on the Turkish team and notionally take the lead. At the very least, the 4 10s will mean the score is level. The Iranian team just looking down to see what the measure is going to be called on that final arrow from Turkey. Target judge calling in the result. And it does remain a 9 for Turkey. And that means a 4-point lead has dissolved. And they now trail by a single point at the halfway stage.
It's a gigantic swing over only one end. Neither team's been consistent over those first 12 hours. One good end for Turkey, one good end for Iran.
So at the halfway stage, Turkey trailing by a single point in this gold medal match. they will start the third end. And it's Murat Turan to get us underway.
Nine.
Blank Korkmaz has quite a quick action, doesn't he?
He doesn't rest his thumb on the release and then pull to activate. He aims in the middle and then he clicks when he wants to go. It's an accurate way of shooting, but it's very difficult to maintain that way of shooting because it kind of brings in trigger anticipation. It takes a lot of mental fortitude to do that well for a long time.
Well, a 29 out of a possible 30 for Turkey puts some pressure on Iran. But Ramazan Biabani starts with a 10 in the third end for them. And Mans Hayesdi matches it. So all square at the halfway stage in the third end, which means Iran maintain their 1 point lead. Turan was just adjusting his sight in between his arrows.
But he's still going low. He's been going low all match. Those arrow holes on the right target, the ones below the gold, at the bottom of the gold, they're all from him. It can be quite difficult to look at groups in the team event because there are 3 different archers that make up that group. It's down to each archer to kind of remember where his arrows landed and build a picture over the course of the match. And it's not many arrows either. It's not many arrows to build that picture.
Yeah, and then of course you've got to take into account what your teammates are saying to you about the conditions, about the wind. Earlier on it was about the rain, but the sun's come out here. It's 4 seasons in one day in s-Hertogenbosch.
9.
So a 10 to square things up in the third end, and for Iran to keep their 1 point lead.
9.
That's a 9. 165 points each, and we're back to 0, back to square one. 6 arrows to decide this world champion title.
Yeah, I mean it's been an interesting one with Turkey looking at, well, just in dominant form after the first end, a 4 point lead, a massive swing of 5 points. Put Iran 1 point ahead, and well, there's nothing between them in the third end. It's kind of settled down, if you like. But I suppose if we're trying to look for any kind of indicator, Turkey have shot a 56, a 52, and now just shot a 57. And if anything, they're sort of driving forwards. And Iran a 52, a 57 in the second, followed by a 56. So going backwards, the question is, can Turkey improve on that 57? Have Iran found their level around about 56, 57?
Neither of these teams dropped below a 228-point match in the eliminations before this final. Both will here. So again, we're not shooting at the same level we saw in eliminations, but that's very understandable. During the eliminations phase, both teams are on the line at the same time. They just have to shoot their 6 arrows within the 2-minute time frame. It's not alternating like it is here in the arena. And of course, you don't have the crowd, you don't have the drama, you don't have the tension.
It's everything, isn't it? And the music, the presentation, the whole thing about being there. And look at what's facing them. Aside from these targets that we're looking at, the backdrop is one of the most spectacular buildings in Northern Europe. I mean, how often is an archer going to be shooting looking at that kind of thing? And there's the crowd we're talking about. Turkish fans cheering on Ayhan Turan and Korkmaz. So with the scores level in this fourth end, Turkey go back to shooting first.
Still low again. He's got to get that sorted before he comes out for his individual final.
Do you think any part of the fact that he's coming back out onto the field of play here is playing on his mind that there is a chance for an individual medal?
If it is, it's wrong. He should be focusing on the arrows in front of him.
So a 25. That really is a big opportunity for Iran here.
10.
Wind's died right off. The sun is out here.
10.
And when that happens and the conditions are this good, you do get high scores, and a 29 out of 30 for Iran has put them in the driving seat. All Turkey can do here is score as highly as they possibly can to put some pressure on the Iranians.
Finally, Ayhan Turan's been handing low arrows down to the target for the duration of this match, but he's finally come up and found the middle again.
9.
So a 29 in the last 3 arrows for Turkey out of a possible 30. That is some pressure, but there is a big opportunity for Iran. A possible 59 on the cards for them in this end alone.
8.
Well, that makes things more interesting.
Still 57, a possible total score for Iran, so still a bit of breathing room. So now a big opportunity. This last arrow needs to be 8 or more for Iran to take the World Championship title. And again, finishing with a flourish. It's marked as a 9. It's more than enough. It's possible that's going to get marked up to a 10, and I think it probably just did before the score went off there. And Iran have taken the world title in a very topsy-turvy match.
Yeah, they started with a 52. It wasn't looking good, but they came straight back. 57, 56, 57. That's solid shooting. That's world champion level shooting. And that's what has won them.
Yeah, Iran deserving winners in the end. 57, 56, 57, as Chris said, to finish off. Is good shooting. Those same three ends from Turkey saw a 52 amongst them. And really, that's what did the damage. Of 54 at the end wasn't enough. And there is a confirmation that Alessina Manshayazadeh, Hadi Nori, and Ramizan Biabani have taken Iran to the world title. Intriguing scenes we're seeing here in s-Hertogenbosch with the you said the shooting earlier on in the week has produced so many world records. I think you said 11 so far at these championships, and just the pressure of being on this finals stage and the finals range has meant the scores have been a little less than what we've become accustomed to.
Yeah, I think it also speaks to the setup here for the eliminations field and the qualifications field. It's about a kilometre away from where we're shooting these finals, very, very close to the centre of the city. It's a rugby field, and it's both open but very well protected by trees and the kind of road and buildings next to it. So the conditions are very calm, which sheds a good light and high possibilities that we might see some world records in the World Archery Championships, which start tomorrow. Qualification on Monday. I would expect some big scores as well.
Well, Iran got better and better throughout the competition, and in the end, that final end saw 4 10s, or in fact 3 and an X, which took them to 57 points and a 222 to 219 victory in the gold medal match. And we look across the field play. You see here that the weather and the conditions change. The light, we just saw a cloud coming over, and the whole range has changed. Conditions have changed the lighting. How does that affect the archers when that happens while they're shooting?
Yeah, it does affect it, and particularly with compound archers, because they're looking through a small peep sight and a scope, a magnifying lens at the target. It's like the principle of a pinhole camera. The peep sight is only a small hole, and as it gets darker, that hole will become less light and become tighter. So visibility on aim becomes less. There are some peep sights that have a variable size hole in them, so when in low light you can open it up and get more light into your eye.
Yeah, well, we've seen the wind playing its part earlier on today, then the rain, and now we've got light being a third factor. But coming up right now, it's time to present the medals for the compound men's open team event here at the 2019 World Championships.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the compound man open team. Dames en heren, jongens en meisjes, hier komt de medailleceremonie voor de categorie Compound Heren Open Teams. Medals will be presented by World Archery Board member. De medailles zullen worden uitgereikt door World Archery bestuurslid Vladimir Eshev. gifts will be presented by Dutch Archery Federation Secretary General. De cadeaus zullen worden overhandigd door de algemeen directeur van de Nederlandse Handbalbond, Arnoud Strijbis. Bronze medal representing the People's Republic of China. De bronzen medaille namens China.
Well, it's time for the medals in the men's compound team event here at the 2019 World Archery Para Championships. And the bronze medal goes to China. Ai Jinyang, He Ji Hao, and Guo Feng. Medals being presented by World Archery Board member Vladimir Zheyev. And the gifts, a local Dutch biscuit delicacy, being presented by Dutch Archery's General Secretary Arnoud Stijs.
Silver medal representing Turkey. Zilveren medailles namens Turkije.
Well, Turkey, they weren't quite at the races in the gold medal match, a 52 and a 54 in the 2 of the 4 ends. They'll have to settle for the silver medal. Erdogan Ayhan, Bülent Korkmaz, middle there, and Murat Turan representing Turkey get their silver medals. Plenty of support for the entire the entire Turkish contingent here in the Netherlands.
Gold medal and world champions representing the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Fine form of Iran, especially in the final end, that took them to the gold medal.
Ramazan Biabani.
Ramazan Biabani.
Alisina Manshezadeh.
Alisina Mans has their Hadi Nori. Silver at the last edition of the World Championships in 2017 has just gone to gold in 2019. They are the new world champions. They've got some support in the crowd as well. Confirmation of our gold medalists and world champions, Iran.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those who are able,
so
please
now it's time
rise for the
Iranian
of the Islamic
national
Republic
anthem
of
as the
Iran.
sun has come out.
Dames en heren, indien u dat u in staat bent, gaat u alsjeblieft staan voor het nationale volkslied van Iran. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to our athletes. Dames en heren, hier in s-Hertogenbosch, laten we nog maar 1 keer horen voor onze top 3. blijven applaudisseren, s-Hertogenbosch. Archie is erbij hier in het hart van de mondiale handbalsport. De parade is s-Hertogenbosch. Nog maar één keertje dan voor China, voor Turkije en voor de wereldkampioenen Iran. Ja, en jij zei het al eventjes, Annemarie, onthoud die naam van Alisina Manchezadeh, want die heeft niet heel veel tijd om van deze medaille te genieten. Hij moet alweer.
Zeker, hij mag zijn medaille afdoen en direct weer terugkomen voor de bronzen finale in een mixed team. Dus hij mag wel even opschieten. Maar ik denk niet dat hij het heel vervelend vindt.
Ik denk het ook niet. Zometeen volgende onderdeel, Annemarie, waar gaan we naar kijken?
We gaan kijken naar de mixed team. Allereerst weer de bronzen finale, gevolgd door het goud. Mixed team wil zeggen dat er 2 schutters zijn, 1 man en 1 vrouw, die het samen op gaan nemen tegen een ander land. Iets unieks, samen met korfbal, een van de weinige sporten waar dames en heren samen in een competitie deelnemen.
Bestaat nog niet zo lang. Heb jij het gedaan?
Het bestaat inderdaad nog niet zo lang. 2020 wordt de eerste keer op de Spelen. Ik heb zelf ook mixed team geschoten, zeker. Onder andere met Chef en Rick, die we volgende week gaan zien. Ik vond het zelf altijd een heel leuk onderdeel.
Absoluut. Zometeen dus die mixed open in de compound. We gaan voor het brons schieten met Italië en Iran. We gaan straks voor het goud schieten tussen Rusland en China. En die finales die hebben we al
Coming up now, it's time for the mixed team medals. Still on our 50-meter range. First up is the bronze medal match. And we'll see Italy going up against Iran. Italy shot a 13.74 in the ranking round to be ranked 4th. Iran a 13.56. But Italy lost to China in the semi-finals as Iran fell to Russia, and that's what brings them here. But interestingly, Italy lost in a shoot-off but went to a measure. So it's time to welcome out the teams for the mixed teams bronze medal match. It's time to greet Italy and Iran.
Hoeveel tijden, hoeveel ends gaan we al vertellen zo meteen. Maar dan is het lekker, we hebben bij de losgooien. DJ Martijn is mee. Die zegt, DJ, kom maar in.
And here they come, Italy leading out the 2 teams. Maria Virgilio, 22 years old, and the 51-year-old Alberto Simonelli, who was the individual silver medalist at the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games.
Rolly Simonelli, one of the longest tenured para archers still on the circuit. Fantastic shot. Been a member of the Italian World Cup team and shot at the 2017 World Archery Championships in Mexico City with the able-bodied squad. Told me earlier in the week that he's a happy guy, but when he puts on that shirt, that Italian shirt, all focus goes on the target and things get serious.
Well, things may well get serious for him, but it smiles on the faces of the Iranian team. Razieh Shir Mohammadi, the 41-year-old, who was a team bronze medalist at the London 2012 Paralympic Games, is teamed up with Alisina Manshahizadeh, who we've already seen out on the field of play here in the Netherlands. Well, whoever's in charge of the music has suddenly changed gear a bit. It's gone a little housey out here. And the mixed team event is a pretty fast one compared to the regular team events. It's a newer format.
And an important one in para archery. Since the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games, the team event was removed from the para competition, and it's only individual and mixed team. So that is why at this World Championships, the mixed team has been such a key part of the qualification process for Tokyo 2020. The top 4 mixed teams in each division booked places.
Including these two, then?
Including these two.
But it's a team place, not an athlete place, right?
Correct. They'll have to go through their own qualification procedures within their teams to decide who fills those places at the Paralympic Games.
Well, it's time to go for the bronze medal in this mixed team event. And Alberto Simonelli is going to get us underway. Not a bad start from Italy. It's a solid start from Iran, but already trailing by 1. Just 4 arrows in each end of the mixed team event.
Alberto Simonelli both opening and closing the shooting order for Italy.
So they can change order within the 2 sets of pairings?
As long as each of them shoots once in the rotation, they can change order. So 37 out of a possible 40. I suppose the importance of that is having your notionally strongest athlete shooting first and then last in case time is a concern. Rolly's a very experienced para archer. He was silver medalist in Beijing at the Paralympics and in Rio at the Paralympics. And he actually won the first World Archery Para Championships before the turn of 2000. He's been shooting for 25 years, so if you want anyone on your team, you'd want Rolly.
36 with a 10 at the end for Iran means they trail, but only by 1 point. Italy with the early advantage. I've got to say, Chris, I love the fact that Alberto Simonelli is happy to have the nickname Rolly. Obviously, it refers to his wheelchair, and he's got no qualms about it. It normalises something that really these days is quite normal.
The more you talk with these athletes, the more you have to appreciate their sense of humour. Some of them have had particularly hard lives, and they've all come out of it. They're all performing at a world-class level in a sport at the end of the day. And you tend not to achieve that if you dwell on the past. It's a positive attitude, it's a good attitude, and that's why the atmosphere here has been so good all week.
Get a good feel for the atmosphere in each camp. There's all smiles from Iran as they came out, but now you can see the serious look on their faces. There's an air of calmness on the Italian side of the shooting line. Iran, trailing by a single point, will shoot first in the second end of the bronze medal match here in s-Hertogenbosch.
What's interesting about Razia is as she draws up, she's out of her chair. And then when she gets to full draw, she kind of settles back into it.
Just see that wind picking up.
8.
One drifting left and the wind behind. One drifting over to the right. Well, a smooth and composed draw, I suppose, that comes with all those years of experience shooting archery. Looked very comfortable indeed.
Nine.
But so does the less experienced Maria Andrea.
Well, 4-8 at this level is opening a door, and the Italians look very calm and cool and collected.
7, 9.
Just as I say that, well, an 8 and a 9 is not what they expected. In fact, that 8 is going to be subject to a measure. But even if it stays down at 7 points, that's still another 3-point advantage for the Italians. Now, I saw how composed that Alberto Simonelli was. I think we're going to have a look back at his X in this match. Look how smooth and solid and stable that is as it goes out of the bow and straight into the X.
His release is textbook. It's bombastic. It has that explosiveness that a world-class compound archer looks for.
It's certainly smooth and solid, and it seems to be rubbing off, as you said, Chris, on his younger teammate Virgilio. But every archer has their own process and their own way of shooting, and unless there's a catastrophe within that process, they can shoot consistently.
Yeah, and one of the great things about the mixed team event is it's not about just you. It's about sharing that experience with your partner, sharing your experience with that teammate, and understanding how they shoot so you can learn from what they're doing.
The start of the third end, trailing by 5. Iran start with a 9. Well, in fact, both Razair Mohammadi and Alicina Manshazda both shoot 9s.
Rowley looking to pick up a bronze medal will definitely leave with a memento from s-Hertogenbosch, because he has tattoos of all of the Paralympic Games he's attended, and underneath is the name of the city in which he qualified the place. And because they're in this match, Italy qualified its place to Tokyo 2020 here in s-Hertogenbosch.
But that's assuming that he gets selected for the team.
9.
How could he not be selected? How could Alberto Simonelli, one of the greatest para archers of all time, not be selected?
I tend to agree with you.
Just watching Razia sit back into her chair after she's pulled up that bow.
9.
Oh, that's a great shot there. Takes a little bit of pressure off Simonelli. Not that he looks at all bothered. Another chance for Italy to go one more point ahead. They need a 10 though.
10.
And that's just what they got. The 5-point lead is extended to 6. Italy go into the final end with an 111 to 105 lead over Iran.
Increasing the gap now, Annemarie, up to 6 points.
Simonelli and his beard. He started growing a beard because he was in hospital recovering from an operation a few months back over the winter. And then when he came back, he shot really well, and he decided the beard was lucky, so he's keeping it until Tokyo.
Well, it's certainly given both of them a bit of luck here. Both shooting 10s to finish off that end. That 10 helped extend the lead by a single point to 6. And Italy looking very comfortable. Alberto Simonelli even affording a little smile there. So Iran trailing. Razia Shir Mohammadi will start us off in this end ahead of Alasina Manshayezda. And look at the technique here that Chris has been talking about. Just lifting herself up and away from the back, settling in to the draw, and a 10 is just what they needed.
Maybe 9? I don't know.
Well, a questionable 10 there, but they'll take it. May well go to a measure.
That looks out on our screen. I would say it will be marked down to a 9, but it doesn't matter because it's all in Italy's hands here.
9.
Just remember, leading by 6 going into this, they can afford to drop 5 points and still take the victory, even if Iran get a maximum.
10.
The wind nearly straight head on into
8.
them. And that one's just drifted up a little bit and into the 8. And they lead by just 2 with 1 arrow to go. And Italy
9.
are yet to shoot their 3rd and 4th. So this can be done in a single arrow. Effectively, a 10 will take them to 140, and you've got to think Simoncelli's going to hit the target.
9. He has to hit the target.
9 means a 5 is all that's required to win. All the pressure is off Simonelli.
He's done this so many times before.
Looking solid throughout the hold. Gets a 10, and there is the outburst of emotion. It still means so much to Alberto Simonelli as he high-fives Maria Andrea Virgilio. They've taken the bronze here in s-Hertogenbosch. They've beaten Iran very comfortably. The provisional score 149 to 141. They will go and measure the Iranian second arrow. We both think it's a 9, but it could get marked up to a 10. But it still won't be enough. Italy have the bronze.
We have a bronze medal winner, l'Italia! Un grande applauso per Maria Andrea Virgilio, Alberto Simonelli, medaglia bronza! Quindi buongiorno e poi sono di plasma per Alberto Simonelli e
You heard it all around. It's been confirmed that Italy are the bronze medalist. They have beaten Iran 149 to 141 in the playoff match, and we will see them a little bit later on for the medal ceremonies here in the Netherlands. And a 38 at the end in both of the last two ends, with 2 10s, one from each of the athletes, to secure the medal here at the World Championships of 2019. And that's what it means to them.
It's impossible not to smile when you see that kind of emotion after a match winner at World Championships.
So bronze dealt with. Italy have taken that one over Iran. So now it's time for gold here in s-Hertogenbosch in a compound open mixed team event. And it's China versus Russia. China came through the ranking round with a 1381 to be ranked first and took out Brazil and then Italy. Russia a 1369 in the ranking round to be ranked 6th, and they took out Great Britain and Iran to give us our gold medal match. Let's welcome China and Russia out onto the range here in the Netherlands.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes to the field of play for the compound open mixed team gold medal match.
Well, China lead us out. The 29-year-old Zhu Jiamin teams up with the 22-year-old Jing Liang. Both of them have been on the field of play here in s-Hertogenbosch.
Yeah, and this was the pairing that won mixed team gold at the Rio 2016 Paralympics. They're an experienced pair, they're a fun pair, and they're a very, very good pair.
Their opponents are Russia. The 29-year-old Stepanida Artakhinova, and by Shigaev, the 36-year-old. Artakhinova is the world number 1. He's an individual bronze medalist at the London 2012 Paralympic Games. But Shigaev looks very confident here.
Quite a lot of archers who've arrived for the World Championships next week, sitting in the stands, getting a feel for this finals arena that they will be using as well.
Yeah, that's coming up next weekend. Of course, the qualification rounds, elimination knockouts are throughout the coming week.
Yeah, they actually have official practice tomorrow while we have the recurve finals here at the Para World Championships. The qualification starts on Monday.
Well, here we go. It's time for gold here in s-Hertogenbosch in the mixed team event. Russia, shooting first, face China.
10.
Bit of a long hold there for s-Hertogenbosch, but she didn't really affect her.
It's nothing out of the normal. Yeah. Compound archers hold longer than recurve or W1 archers because compound is all about that aiming long, aiming accurately, and making sure you're over the middle when you execute your shot.
Good sighter there from I. A little bit of movement.
8.
So we saw Bear lift his hand up at the end of that shot to indicate that his teammate could start her routine, but again, it was part of the release. He's not finishing his shot completely before starting to lift his arm.
Well, a 10 required here to keep things all square.
10.
And that's just what is landed. 36 apiece. And Christian, you talked about raising the hand. They're raising their hand because that's the equivalent to stepping off the line for pedestrian archery. And what you're saying is the raising of the hand is an indication that their teammate can start to begin their process of drawing the arrow from the quiver and drawing it through the bow and taking their shot. So what you're saying is they're not completing the shooting process before they provide the signal to move on.
Yeah, correct. And we see it in able-bodied archery as well. The archers in able-bodied archery have to shoot their shot and then step back over the 1 meter line before the next archer can proceed to the shooting spot. In para archery, instead of stepping over the line, they have to raise their hands and give an indication to the judge that they are complete, so that their teammate can begin. The issue comes when that subconscious process of raising the hand or stepping over the line kind of begins before the shot is finished, because any little deviation or that point of execution
Affects your process.
Affects how the arrow flies, affects where the arrow lands.
It's an interesting nuance that's very specific to para archery. So start of the second end here. A gold medal match. Russia shot first in the first end, and with the things all square, they shoot first again.
10.
Oh, that one's gone into the same hole as he shot his first arrow in the first end.
10.
And we spoke about building up that picture of a group per archer during the the length of a team match, it's much easier in the mixed team because there are two faces, and usually each archer will take one face. So the arrow holes on one target face are the arrow holes from one archer, so you can visually see that group and where your arrows are landing.
Nine.
Well, Russia have a chance to exert more pressure here.
Nine. Nine.
And here's a very good example of that. Artekinova's arrows were landing in a line. Their left to right is perfect, but they're in a line. So our height's just a little bit off, and she can see that in the group.
10.
That's more like it from China. Whatever happens here, they're going to be trailing. The question is by how many?
10.
And it reduced the deficit to just a single point here. And that's a good shot from Ai Jingliang. But Russia have taken the lead here by just a single point. And the 2 10s right at the beginning of that second end from them really did put the pressure on. This one is the one just to the left. I think the first one was in fact marked as an X. Looking pretty focused. Artekhinova on the right. Shigeev on the left in the chair. They lead by just a single point here at the halfway stage of this gold medal match. The last one of the team event today. As you said, Chris, all 4 teams in the medal matches have qualified teams at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo next year.
Yes, and in this particular competition, the compound discipline, there's quite a lot of spaces available for individuals as well. There are 20 individual spaces for compound men available and 8 for compound women. So the qualification list for this category is quite long after s-Hertogenbosch.
Start of the third end.
9.
China trailing by a single point going into it. We'll have the honour of shooting first. And 9 for Zhou.
10.
I appreciate that both Zhao and I have got white bows, matching teammates, matching gear.
Nine. 10. 10.
So shooting first in the second half of this end gives China to put a bit of pressure on Russia, and we actually seen that today, making a difference with the team trailing, shooting first, getting a big score,
9.
and their opponents crumbling.
We saw it in Zhao Zhaiman's last match in the finals arena. She sprung the 3 last arrows that took China to victory in the team event over Great Britain.
9.
So now a 10 required from Artakinova to draw level in this end.
10.
And she gets it. 38-38 out of a potential 40 for both teams is good shooting. But it means Russia maintain the 1 point lead going in to the fourth and final end.
Artakinova does have limited mobility in her legs, but can still walk, doesn't use a wheelchair, so she's the only person we've seen wandering off the line in between ends as the agents collect the arrows and the judges score.
She's been shooting it really well as well. In fact, here are her 2 10s in that end. There's an X and a 10. X is the very, very centre ring. And at 50 metres, hitting the X is what, akin to hitting a ping pong ball, I guess, in the middle of the target?
Yeah, about that size.
So the crucial final end of the gold medal match here in the compound open mixed team event in s-Hertogenbosch. China trailing by a point will shoot first.
9.
Pressure on now.
9.
So all square. Well, that's marked as a 10 there, right? It's been marked back down. All square in this end with 1 arrow left from each archer. And that 9, just to add a little bit more tension, has been
9.
marked for a measure.
That's opened the door somewhat for Russia.
Yeah, I will be looking for a 10 here, and that's exactly what he gets. But 2 10s, and the gold medal is Russia's. A 10 and a 9, and a favourable measure, and the gold medal is Russia's.
A 10 and a 9 and they'll win.
8.
Now a 10 is absolutely required here to make sure they at least level on points before the measure.
It's a 9.
This is exactly what happened in the compound women's final.
But we have an arrow.
Well, this is really tense now because China, by the score, have taken the lead and won this gold medal. But that second arrow from Russia is subject to a measure, and if it gets marked up, they'll be all level. Chris, your thoughts? We can't quite hear the judge.
From the angle of the shaft, I think it's just out. I think China will take this. I think it's exactly the same as Zhao Zhaiman's previous gold medal in the women's team event.
It's very close.
And there was a fist up from the Chinese team.
Yeah, and there it is. The target judge confirming that the win coming from behind goes to China. They are the world champions in the Open Mixed Team event here in 2019. An astonishing end to that, with a measure being required to confirm the result. That alone is intriguing, but for me, just as intriguing is Russia seemingly looking like they were very comfortably going to go onto the podium and the top spot, giving it up at the end.
When you go into your last 2 arrows with a 2-point lead and all you need to do is shoot 9s to win the match, you'd think at this level it's easy. But the margins we're talking about over 50 meters are so small. Shooting an 8 or a 9 is not difficult. And under this pressure, they just couldn't deliver.
Well, the pressure was put on by China. We saw this earlier on where the trailing team, here we are in fact with Ayes shooting his 10. And there's the second one. They're both X's in fact. But we saw them coming from behind, shooting first and putting down a big score. And just that on its own, with the finals field pressure and intensity, made the leading team crumble and give up the gold medal.
Yeah, Bear had an 8 earlier in the match, but he'd been shooting well since then. I guess he just didn't follow through properly on his shot, and that was enough.
So the mixed team compound open is done and dusted. We have got the medals coming up, but after that we'll go over to the compound women's medal matches here in the Netherlands. Well, the crowd has really filled out here. We're right in front of St. Jan's Cathedral, beautiful city of s-Hertogenbosch in the Netherlands. The conditions have been changeable throughout the day. We've got another bit of cloud cover coming over. But before we move on to the individual matches, it's time for the medal ceremony in the mixed team event here in the Netherlands.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Compound Open Mixed Team. Dames en heren, jongens en meisjes, de medailleceremonie voor de categorie Compound Open Mixed Teams. Medals will be presented by World Archery First Vice President. De medailles zullen worden overhandigd door de eerste vicepresident van World Archery, Mario Scarzella. And the gifts will be presented by Brabant Sport Director. De cadeaus worden overhandigd door de directeur van Brabant Sport, Michel Reinders. Bronze medal representing Italy. Bronzen medaille namens Italië.
Well, the Compound Open Mixed Team bronze medal goes to Italy. 22-year-old Maria Andrea
Virgilio.
And her teammate, the 51-year-old Alberto Simonelli. World Archery's first vice president, Mario Garzella, who is from Italy himself, delighted to present the medals to his compatriots. And Michel Reinders, the Brabant Sport Director, giving out the gifts. Bronze goes to Italy.
Silver medal representing the Russian Federation. Zilveren medaille namens
Well, I think we
Rusland.
all thought they had it in the bag, but a bit of pressure from their opponents in the gold medal match in the last end did the trick, and Russia will have to settle for the silver medal here in s-Hertogenbosch. The 29-year-old Stepanida Artakinova and her teammate
Bayer
Shigaev are the runners-up at the World Championships.
Gold medal and world champions representing the People's Republic of China. Gouden medaille en wereldkampioenen namens China.
Well, they gave us a lesson in never knowing when to give up. Zhao Jiamin and Ai Jingyang have taken China to the Compound Open mixed team gold medal here at the World Championships in s-Hertogenbosch. A single point in the end was all that was needed, and it was 2 10s from the man on the right, Ai Jingyang, who took them over the line to the gold medal. Now it's time for the Chinese national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to our athletes. s-Hertogenbosch, laat het nog maar 1 keer horen voor de top 3. Ja, en ze vouwen de vlag keurig netjes op. En zo hoort het.
Well, there we have it.
En natuurlijk langs het
Mixed
ereterras.
team medals decided. China, top of the pile here in the Netherlands. Archie getting his moment in the sun, still has a big smile on his face. Well, big crowd here, and the Russians are in full voice. Coming up now, it's time for the Compound Women's Open individual bronze medal match, where we'll see Russia going up against Italy, Tatiana Andreevskaya up against Eleonora Sati, and Andreevskaya scored a 684 in the ranking round, 679 to Sati. And as you can see, both lost in the semi-finals to Alim and Stretton. So it's Andreevskaya against Sati, who are waiting in the wings.
Oh, great, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome the athletes to our field of play. For the compound women open bronze medal match.
Well, coming out to shoot on target 2, that's the Italian 33-year-old Eleonora Sati, and on the right-hand side on target 1, the 40-year-old Tatiana Andreevskaya.
On target number 1, representing the Russian Federation, Tatiana Andreevskaya.
Silver medalist at the 2017 World Championships in the individual tournament, Russian.
Number 2, representing Italy, the 2015 World Champion, Eleonora Sati.
Sati, of course, the 2015 World Champion, and a lovely person. Used to play wheelchair basketball, moved on to archery some time ago, and has been very successful.
She's gone from shooting hoops to shooting arrows. So this for the bronze medal. And it's Andreevskaya to lead us out for this bronze medal, the first of 5 ends here at the World Championships. Chris, for those new to this, how does the individual discipline work?
Cumulative score, 15 arrows, split into 5 ends of 3. Highest total at the end wins it.
9.
Both starting with good sighters. Marvellous grouping there from Andreevskaya, but Sati's matched her so far. But again, here in the Netherlands at these World Championships, the athlete leading, putting down a big marker, has often been favoured, put too much pressure on the athlete shooting second.
Both these athletes are very, very, very experienced. I don't expect that's playing on their minds too much. What I do find interesting is that Eleonora Sati is chewing gum.
And that's interesting because?
Well, so the anchor on the face when they've drawn back is consistent each time. It needs to be consistent each time to give a consistent shot. But if you're chewing gum, you're moving your mouth. So I've always found it interesting where they put it. If they do full chew, half chew, and because they've got to do it the same every time.
I mean, that sounds like a ridiculous thing to say, but of course it is really crucial in this sport where the finest details, the finest margins make such a big difference. So early advantage for the Russian. Eleanor Sati trailing will shoot first in this second end, and as you can see, this goes very quickly indeed. So was that a full chew or a half chew then?
Well, she stops chewing just before she starts pulling back, and then she starts chewing again as soon as she shot the arrow. It's risky. It's risky, you know.
It's not a bad grouping from the Italian, but when we see the target face for the Russian, that grouping is very close indeed. Just a little to the left.
At this level of compound competition, we're talking 10s and 9s. Usually more 10s than 9s.
Well, an 8 means that Sati provisionally takes the second set, levelling the score. But the second arrow from Andreevskaya is subject to a measure, and if that gets marked up to a 10, she still holds a 1-point lead.
But again, all of Tatiana's arrows have landed to the left. Now, archers can get quite precious about their sight marks. They don't want to move it because they believe their sight is right. But when you're in a final, when you're in a match, you just need 15 arrows to win. It's not about being precious about the sight mark. You just got to get the arrows in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, the same could be said for Eleonora Sati. Her arrows are all to the right. So it's a 6 and 2 threes. The score is confirmed in that second end, and Sati has fought back to level the score 55 apiece. We effectively have a 3-end match coming up now for the bronze medal in the women's compound individual.
Both of those arrows from Tatiana got marked down. That's quite unlucky in the same end to lose 2 potential points.
So start of the third end in this bronze medal match at the World Championships. Tatiana Andreevskaya back to shooting first.
Nine.
Little shake of the head there.
Nine.
That's Andreevskaya's best arrows so far, and the wind meter's gone up on the screen because it has just started to pick up, blowing from left to right across the archers as they look down the range, and that's the net effect for the Italian. And just caught sight of her adjusting her equipment.
9.
Andreevskaya has put this one out of reach. And despite the 10 from Sati, who made the corrections that she needed to, the Russian has gone back into the lead, but just by a single point. So 2 9s for Andreevskaya, sandwiching her best arrow so far. That one into the X, and well, just a hair's breadth away from the spider.
And she did make those clicks to her sight to move them just a centimetre or two over in the target and centre everything up.
Yeah, she didn't look happy with her first shot, and made a correction. And she's just afforded herself a little smile there, but almost immediately back into that zone, focused and ready to go. And it's fascinating, you see that Sati on the right hand side is up and out of her chair. She decides to shoot from a chair or stool, whereas Andreevskaya stays in her chair.
And for those archers who do have mobility or feeling in their legs, a stool is often preferable because it's more of an upright position. It's more of a braced position rather than a seated position.
Well, high and right for the first time from Sati, and a 7 is a big opportunity for the Russian here to capitalise. Marked as a 9, but I think that one may go to a measure. You can see the wind buffeting the bow around there.
Sati's being blown all over the place, and she's not coping with it particularly well in this match.
Well, nearly matching her second arrow from the last end there. Andreevskaya is really driving home the advantage.
9.
Nice end from Tatiana.
Yeah, a 5-point swing there, and now the Russian leads by 6 points. So we talked about Andreevskaya being in chair and Sati on a stool. Sati has a more stable position, you're saying, and a more upright position, potentially giving her a slight advantage than sitting in a chair. But she's being buffeted around by the wind, whereas Andreevskaya in the chair strapped in perhaps won't be affected as much by the wind. That's a question, by the way.
You can infer from their two setups that Sati has a little more mobility, a little more feeling in her lower body than Tatiana does. Tatiana's permitted that strap to keep her in the chair, which suggests she doesn't have core strength, core mobility, core control. Whereas Sati can obviously control her core because she's perching on a stool and she's using that to just to give her balance on the line.
Yeah, create the base for the shot. Yeah.
But we know that Sati doesn't have full control of her core, so in the wind it is tough. I mean, she doesn't have that chair around her to give her any kind of structure.
Well, you'll see that the score has actually crept up to 113 for Tatiana Andreevskaya. The 9 that she shot first arrow was indeed marked up to a 10, so a perfect 30 for the Russian takes her into a very commanding lead as we go into the 5th and final end. And Elena Sati has her work cut out for her here.
9.
Get a close-up of the strapping there for Andreevskaya, and she does look very solid, and that's definitely a 10. I fancy it might be another X. That will be 3 in a row for Andreevskaya. And yet again the wind has changed direction, blowing directly in the faces of the athletes.
8.
It looked like that one went off early, but it's fine. It's in there. It's in the 10.
Yeah, Sati can only match Andreevskaya with this arrow, and the Russian has one more to go.
10.
Well, she does indeed match the 1-3-3, but as long as Andreevskaya hits the target, she's got the bronze medal.
There it is, 8.
Well, it's only an 8, a smile on her face, but Tatiana Andreevskaya has taken the bronze medal here. It was a crushing 3rd, 4th, and in the end 5th ends from the Russian to take the medal. Elena Sati getting buffeted around by the wind, couldn't control it, and Tatiana Andreevskaya is the bronze medalist here at the 2019 World Championships.
And here it is, ladies and gentlemen, we have a bronze medal winner, Tatiana Andreevskaya, Russia.
Tatiana just giving a gift to Eleonora. It's a habit. It's a thing in archery circles, especially at the Para Championships, to bring some mementos of your country to pass out to fellow competitors on your target. It's a nice thing, I think.
Yeah, it's a nice gesture. The athletes to share badges and gifts, whatever it is that they decide to give away. Sometimes it's flags.
Assorted paraphernalia. I know the Australian team brought small pins of kangaroos with them. Kangaroo pins.
Well, every time we get a look at this wide shot, the weather's changed. Last time we looked, it was grey clouds, and now we've got blue skies and white clouds. The wind has picked up again here at these World Championships.
Leuk maakt het om die te schieten. De eerste keer dat je maakt is super leuk, wil je nog een keer doen.
Coming up now, it's time to find out who's going to win the gold medal in the Compound Women's Open here at the 2019 World Archery Para Championships. So here is the route to the final. Singapore's Nur Sehida Alim hit a 680 in the ranking round, took out Artakinova and Andreevskaya on her route to the final, and she goes up against Great Britain's Jessica Stretton, took out Yorulmaz and Sati on her route to the gold medal. Let's welcome them out onto the range here in the Netherlands.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes to the field of play for the Compound Women Open Gold Medal match.
Well, there is the 19-year-old British athlete, Jessica Stretton. She's shooting on target 2.
Target number 1.
And her opponent on target number 1, the 33-year-old Nur Sehida Alim from Singapore. She shoots from a stool, whereas Stretton is in a chair.
On target number 2.
Jessica Stretton, the Rio 2016 Paralympic Games champion of the W1 division. She was the youngest archer at those games at the age of 16. And now she's shooting in the Compound Women Open category. And she's shooting really well. She set a new world record for the match. 15-arrow match, 148 out of 150 points in her semi-final.
Well, she'll be hoping for the same here. She's the world number 3, but Alim is the world number 9, so she has got a pretty good record as well.
Gaan we schieten voor goud.
So it's time to go for gold. And it's Nur Shahida Alim of Singapore to shoot first. Well, a cracking start from both athletes.
Our Singaporean finalist here is making her debut at the World Championships. What a debut it is to make the final.
Guaranteed silver medal for Alim. Jessica Stretton, who's just getting buffeted by the wind on her second arrow, has to shoot a 10 to keep things all square. And watch that stabiliser, it was moving around earlier on.
10.
And that's right back in the middle.
So we're tied after the first round in a total of 5.
Very relaxed conversation between the British coach and her athlete. There's smiles on the right hand side of the picture there between Alim and her coach. Both camps keeping a relaxed vibe. Well, they matched each other in that first end, both shooting a couple of 10s. Those X's from Alim here are so close to each other, but Stretton, having thrown a high 9, also got a good grouping of her first and third arrows. Sporting a pair of sunglasses. Chris, we see archers wearing sunglasses all the time, and the light conditions have been changeable here.
Yeah, some archers use archery-specific glasses that fit around the face. This is because specifically the bridge of the nose, the piece that rests of the glasses on the nose can sometimes block out the vision to the target. Both these archers seem to have no issue with their vision and are using standard off-the-shelf glasses.
10.
Alim started the second as she started the first with another 10. As has Jessica Stretton of Great Britain.
So a direct comparison in the style of release aid these two archers are using.
10.
Nur Shahida is using a hinge style. No, she's using a trigger style, whereas Jessica Stretton's using a hinge style back tension release. That means that after Jessica draws back, she'll take her thumb off her button and she's just pulling against the weight of the bow until it activates. Whereas Singaporean archer, she'll draw up and then put her thumb onto the trigger and pull against it until she clicks and releases the arrow.
A good close-up there of Alim. And she's thrown an 8 to follow Stretton, so Stretton can level things up again here, but needs a 10 as you see the wind just picking up again. And that's why Stretton's waiting. She's waiting for the wind to die down. Was that enough? It's marked as a 9.
We will wait for the judge to see what
Doesn't
it is.
appear that that one's going to go to a measure either.
The scoreboard is a
The
9.
judge can measure it on the target whether it's marked as a star or not, so this is just an indication. She will receive the arrow value.
Yeah, well, as you can see, the asterisk has gone up there on Jessica Stretton's last arrow, so the target judge will go and have a look at this. Didn't quite hear it, but from a close-up we've got, it is going to be confirmed as a 9, and Noor Sahida Alim has taken the lead after the second end just by 1 point. 57 plays 56 here in the gold medal match.
Encouraging signs out of Singapore, who are currently in the process of hiring a full-time coach to try and improve their international results across all types of competition, para, able-bodied, in the lead up to Tokyo 2020.
Start of the third end of the Compound Women's Open individual gold medal match here in s-Hertogenbosch. Jessica Stretton of Great Britain, trailing by a single point, will shoot first.
She really is taking her time before she starts to draw back. In the able-bodied World Championships next week, we'll see that the archers only have 20 seconds to shoot each arrow, but that time's extended here to 30 to allow those archers who do need a bit more time to load their bows due to mobility impairments not to have to rush. And she's really making use of that, even though she's got her arrow loaded fast.
9.
That's just the third time that Alim has been outside the 10 ring in this entire match.
10.
And into the X for Jessica Stretton. Put down a marker of 29, which can only be matched by Noor Sahida Alim. She needs a 10 to do that.
10. So
And there she goes,
Alim is
levels
leading by
things
1
up,
point.
29 apiece in the third end,
After
just
3
dropping a
ends,
single
it's
point
22
each.
ends.
High quality archery in front of us, but Alim still leads by a single point.
This is quite impressive from the Singaporean archer. Her only world level experience prior to this was the Paralympic Games in Rio, where she finished 7th. And this past winter season's indoor circuit, where she came 2nd in Macau.
Yeah, and 2-10 sandwiching, a 9 in the middle for her. We take a look at them. She's got a nice action, a little snap at the end, and there's a double blink as well. It's repeated over and over again. But the position that she shoots from looks very solid.
It's a strong technique. It's a strong technique, and it's working. I mean, the true test of a strong technique is whether it works under pressure in a finals arena. And so far for these 9 arrows, it's held up well.
Start of the fourth end of the gold medal match here. Jessica Stretton still trailing by a single point to shoot first.
10.
That might put some pressure on Alim's process. or not. Your test has been passed, Chris.
Well, Just was impressive in Rio when she was shooting in the W1 division.
9.
She's really become comfortable in this compound women's category very, very fast.
Well, all Alim needs to do is match Stretton. And that's all that she is doing right now.
It's interesting that the chess doesn't even appear to be waiting for the win. She appears just to be giving herself time.
And it's definitely working. 2 X's from the British archer gives her back-to-back second 29, third of the match, in fact. Chance for a third from Alim here as well, a third 29. Just slipping out, and just like that we are all square at 114 points each going into the 5th and final end. 3 arrows per archer to settle who is going to take the 2019 World Championship title. Well, Stretton with a 9 and her second arrow sandwiched between these 2 X's. The X is only gives you 10, but it's just that little bit closer to the very centre of the target.
And it's also used to determine tie breaks on the ranking round, and if the world record ever gets to 150 points, then subsequent world records are counted on X's as well.
So we've been through 4 ends of this gold medal match. We are all square between Nur Sahida Alim of Singapore and Jessica Stretton of Great Britain. They have 3 arrows to try and settle this one. And it's back to Alim shooting first. Well, up until this end, Alim had shot an X or a 10 as her first arrow, as had Stretton. Alim has slipped down to a 9. And there's another one. The door has just opened for Jessica Stretton here.
The strongest archers finish the matches well, especially the big matches.
A bit of movement on the stabilizer, and that is the result. She was wobbling around just before the release. So now everything's square, and we have 1 arrow for each archer left. A third 9, so the door still open. A 10 will guarantee the win.
She's going to wait again. Wait till it gets down to 19 seconds and then start.
Well, that wind is still gusting. She's holding off the draw here. Here she goes. A 10 for the world title. Well, she's pulled that into the 8, which gives her a 140. But the second arrow has an asterisk next to it. It's marked as an 8 at the moment. If it gets measured up to a 9, we're all square after 5 ends. Stretton needs this measure to go her way.
She didn't leave herself enough time in that last arrow. It's all very well waiting for the win, but you've still got to deliver it.
Well, just with the naked eye, this looks like it's very, very close to the line. A thumbs up from the coach, and it has been confirmed as a 9 for Jessica Stretton. A lifeline has been extended to the British athlete in a high pressure fifth end. There is confirmation, all square after the 5 regulation ends. Chris, we go to a shoot-off. How does that work?
Each archer will shoot 1 arrow, closest to the middle wins. Although, if both shoot an X, then we'll go to a second shoot-off.
So now that middle ring, that very center ring, comes into play in a big way. Well, it was a crucial measure for Jessica Stretton there. Here is the arrow that went to the measure. And look, that was a 10 required for the win. It slips into what looks like an 8, got measured up to a 9. Pressure and tension really high here for this, World Championship gold medal. 1 arrow could decide it right now. The targets have been replaced, clean targets for a shoot-off.
Singapore's our limb to shoot first.
This for the world title.
9.
Right, a 9. So, no second arrow guaranteed.
10 to win.
Jessica Stretton here with 1 arrow to take the 2019 world title. Oh, she's thrown it into the 9, and just by the naked eye, that looks like Singapore's Alim is closer to the center, and she will take the gold medal.
There was plenty of room inside Alim's arrow for Jess to fit one in and take that, but...
Well, there is the confirmation that Nur Saida Alim of Singapore takes the gold medal and the world title of 2019 in the women's open compound individual. It was a thrilling contest between her and Jessica Stretton, but the athlete from Great Britain shot a wider 9 from the centre than Alim. Alim takes the gold.
Really impressive performance throughout the week from both these young athletes, though. Alim, first World Championship victory. Jessica Stretton into a new division, a much larger division than the W1s. And she held up with the best of them, shooting a world record and making the gold medal match.
Brilliant performance from both athletes throughout that match. Stretton shooting 3 ends of 29 out of 30, but in the end it was the consistent performance from Nur Saida Alim of Singapore that took her over the line, but she needed a measured 9 shoot-off to win the world title this year. Oh, you take a look back at that 9, just going wide. It needed to go into the 10. This was the winning arrow. At Nur Saida Alim of Singapore, on her debut at a World Championships, is the world champion. Well, coming up very soon, we'll switch over to the men's individual compound open finals. Bronze medal followed by gold medal matches here in s-Hertogenbosch.
And the next matchup, Matt Stutzman, features probably the most recognisable para archery athlete around, the armless archer.
So we've had all the team matches today, and now we've concluded the women's open individual. And here's how the rankings look. Nur Saida Alim of Singapore on her debut, taking the 2019 World Championship title from Jessica Stretton in a shoot-off. And Tatiana Andreevskaya of Russia with the bronze in a playoff victory over Eleonora Sarti of Italy.
Yeah, and let's just mention Julie Chupin down in 9th place. After the main event in the compound women's category, there was a secondary tournament for Paralympic qualification with one spot available, and Julie Chupin shot her way up to win that single spot for France in a one-arrow shoot-off yesterday on the other field here in s-Hertogenbosch.
Well, congratulations to her. A beautiful city. As you can see, the time coming up to around about 20 to 5 in the afternoon. But now it's time for the Women's Open individual medal ceremonies here in the Netherlands.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Compound Women Open. Dames en heren, jongens en meisjes, hier komt de medailleceremonie voor de categorie Compound Dames Open. Medals will be presented by World Archery Board member. De medailles zullen worden overhandigd door World Archery bestuurslid Greg Easton. And the gifts will be presented by City Council representative. De cadeaus zullen worden overhandigd door de projectleider namens de gemeente s-Hertogenbosch, Suzanne van Iersel. Bronze medal representing the Russian Federation. Bronzen medaille namens Rusland. Tatiana Andrievskaya.
Well, she took the silver medal at the last edition of the World Championships in 2017 in Beijing. Here, Tatiana Andrievskaya from Russia has had to settle for the bronze medal. She beat Eleonora Sarti of Italy in the playoff match. Greg Easton, the World Archery Board member, presenting the medals, and City Council representative here from s-Hertogenbosch, Suzanne van Iersel, giving out the gifts.
Zilveren medaille namens Groot-Brittannië, Jessica Stretton.
Well, it took a shoot-off to push Stretton off the top spot here in the Netherlands. But the 19-year-old British athlete and the Rio 2016 individual Paralympic champion lost that shoot-off and collects the silver medal here at the 2019 World Championships.
Gold medal and world champion representing Singapore. Een gouden medaille en wereldkampioene namens Singapore. Nur Saida
Well, it was a
Alim.
nervy wait in a shoot-off. She shot a 9 going first and had to wait for her opponent's arrow. On her debut, 33-year-old Nur Saida Alim of Singapore takes the World Championship title. History for her, but history also for Singapore, as she becomes their first ever archery world champion.
Please rise for the national anthem of Singapore. Dames en heren, indien u hiertoe in staat bent, gaat u alstublieft staan voor ons nationale volkslied van Singapore. Ladies and gentlemen, give a warm round of
what a
applause
moment
for our athletes. Dames en
for
heren, nog één keer een
Nurse
septo
Ahida
van
Alim.
applaus voor onze top 3.
taking gold and the world title on her World Championship debut and making history for her country. What a proud moment to hear her national anthem. And warm applause from young and old here in the Netherlands.
En Archie staat klaar om de schutters nog één keer te feliciteren. Geef ze een groot applaus. Tatjana Andrievskaya van Rusland, Jessica Stratton van Groot-Brittannië en Noor Siahaida Alim van Singapore.
Archie, the mascot, seeing the athletes and the award ceremony party off the field of play here in the Netherlands. Team medals sorted, the women's individual medals sorted. Coming up now, it's time for the men's individual medals, and we'll start with the bronze medal match. Matt Struzman of the USA, 36-year-old London 2012 Paralympic individual silver medalist, takes on 34-year-old Indian Rakesh Kumar. Here's the route to the bronze medal match. Kumar losing to Turan of Turkey, Struzman to his teammate Ben Thompson. So the athletes are waiting in the wings. Let's welcome them out onto the range.
The athletes to the field of play for the Compound Man Open bronze medal match.
Here they come. That is Matt Struzman. Came through the ranking round with a 7.04 to be ranked first. Took out McQueen of Great Britain in the quarterfinals before losing to teammate Thompson in the semis. He's going to shoot on target number 2.
On target 1, representing the
His
United
opponent,
States of America, Matt Struzman.
We'll get Struzman announced out to the crowd here. He's in fact on target number 1.
On target number 2, representing India, Rakesh Kumar.
Struzman's opponent, Rakesh Kumar, he shot a 6.89 in the ranking round. Ranked 10th in the knockout stages, taking out Ai of China in the quarterfinals, and then Turan beat him in the semi-finals. You've seen plenty of athletes in wheelchairs here, but today we have not seen an athlete that has no arms. Chris, known well on the circuit.
Mats Stutzman is possibly the most famous para archer. I mean, you talk about a guy who is defying what was handed to him. He was fostered in the US, and his foster parents taught him just to do everything like everybody else. So he's learned to drive, to shoot a bow, to eat, to cook with his feet, and it's just a fantastic story, and he's a fantastic person.
Yeah, no challenge insurmountable for any of these athletes. We watch Stutzman's process using his right foot, where the other archers use their bow arm. He's going to get us underway in this bronze medal match.
9.
Not a bad start.
Mats Stutzman's not just a great para archer, he's a great archer. He was the reserve for the Hyundai World Archery Championships in 2017, the 4th member of the able-bodied team.
Well, a good start from Rakesh Kumar. Let's not forget he's in this bronze medal match, and he's got challenges of his own.
Kumar's only been shooting for 18 months or so. He's an extremely talented para archer as well, and it's great to see a compound archer from India making the finals here in s-Hertogenbosch.
Here we get a close-up of Stutzman and how he releases the arrow.
10.
And a great grouping from him. 2 9s followed by a 10. And a good correction from Rakesh Kumar. Not that he needed too much with 2 9s of his own to start with. He moves up into the centre for a 10 himself. And a great start from both athletes here, both Stutzman and Kumar matching each other. And here we're going to get a look at a comparison of those first 3 arrows from the athletes. Stutzman in yellow, all grouped together so closely. Kumar making a correction for that last arrow in the X.
Yeah, those 3 arrows from Stutzman are an excellent group. If his sight was set a little bit differently, he'd be a perfect score right now.
Well, is it clear the arrows from the first end there, Chris? I saw Stutzman throwing up a little bit of the foliage that's dropped off in the windy conditions here. He's even using his feet to test the wind conditions.
Not to tell somebody else's stories, but he does have a fantastic one about being pulled over by the police on a standard check in the US, and the policeman asked him to put his hands on the steering wheel, and he said, I can't. The policeman drove off with a bit of an embarrassed look on his face.
Tail between his legs, I'd imagine. Well, all square here. Stutzman, who started the first end, as a result, will start the second end. And again, we get another close-up. And Chris, I'm fascinated about how Stutzman releases the arrow.
So he straps his release aid around his torso. He hooks it on like any other release aid, and then he pulls back with his body and his foot. And there's a metal bar that sticks out, and it just rests on the bottom of his chin.
9.
And he opens his mouth to engage it and let the arrow fly.
Well, perhaps we'll get another look at that here. Well, it's amazing what can be done. What a brilliant athlete. 2 10s to start the second end. A good first arrow from Kumar, but he dropped that one into the 8. Well, an 8 from Stutzman. He's put this one out of reach, but Kumar needs to get back into the centre here. Looked like he made a few adjustments to his sight.
So that means Matt is leading by
34-year-old
2 points.
Rakesh Kumar is here with his coach Kuldeep and brother Aisha. Aisha, younger brother, at the other end collecting the arrows.
Well, there is his coach having a word with him. He looks very relaxed, Rakesh Kumar. I think he is disappointed with himself for the arrows in that last end. I mean, 2 9s and an 8 most people will be delighted with, but they're such perfectionists, these athletes, that he's not at all happy and will be looking to make amends immediately.
And Rakesh is quite a new archer. He said that he had an accident, a vehicle accident 10 years ago, and afterwards he sat at home and wasn't doing anything. And it was only a couple of years ago that the coach Kuldeep got in touch, got him to try the sport, and he's really got a talent for it.
Well, evidence right in front of you, shooting for the bronze medal here at the 2019 World Archery Para Championships. Noticed also that Stutzman got up, stepped off the line in between the ends, just to have a look down the scope.
He's been doing that all week. He doesn't collect his own arrows, but he does wander around in between the ends.
Well, Rakesh Kumar trailing by 2 will shoot first in the third end.
10.
Straight back into the middle for the Indian archer.
The thing that astonishes me with Matt's technique isn't so much that he's pulling it back with his foot, it's that he's balancing his entire body in between the bow and trying to aim at the same time.
So we have 84-81,
well,
but we
the
will
third
have to wait
arrow
for the judge
from Rakesh Kumar is subject
Rakesh has
to a
1
measure,
arrow. Is
very
it 9?
close, so we'll go down and have a look at that one. If it remains a 9, the American has opened up his lead. If it doesn't and gets marked up to a 10, the lead remains the same at 2 points. Now you can see both the agents there having a look over as the target judge gives his verdict. And by the sounds of things and by the confirmation on our screens, a 9 from Rakesh Kumar, and the third arrow remains a 9, and Stutzman does open up his lead. We've had 3 of the 5 ends, and the American leads by 3. So Rakesh Kumar of India trailing by 3 in this bronze medal match. Closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and will get us underway for end number 4. All very smooth in his action, quite a quick release. And the grouping actually is still not too bad, but that one has dropped right and into the 8.
9.
First low arrow below the centre horizontal for Matt Stutzman, but still in the 9.
9.
Well, that's an enlightening view, isn't it?
The context is incredible and the result is even more astonishing. We were talking earlier about the time taken to shoot in the 30 seconds for para archers. I remember back ahead of the Paralympics in 2012, Matt was having to practice a lot to get that timing down, and he just looks so comfortable now.
Well, that's marked as an 8. It's very close. I think it probably is just an 8. It won't go to the measure, but it's enough. Another point grabbed by the American. And perhaps under the pressure, as we look at Stutzman looking down at the scope, trying to see where his arrows have landed. And a 9 and an 8 sandwiching yet another 10, and so we get a beautiful view of not only the position Matt Stutzman starts in or shoots from, but also the arrow flying down and into that 10. So 111 plays 107 as we go into the 5th and final end. It's a big ask for Rakesh Kumar, but he will shoot first. Trailing by 4, he's going to want to shoot a high score and hope for a mistake from the American. Well, having only shot for 18 months, you have to say it's very impressive that Rakesh Kumar finds himself in a podium match at the 2019 World Championships, but perhaps the pressure and the lack of experience has paid its price here.
And when we spoke to him earlier in the week, the World Championship itself was not really on his radar. It was the Paralympic space and the road to Tokyo 2020 that Rakesh is focused on.
So bonus time to be in a bronze medal match at the World Championships then. Rakesh Kumar will get us underway in the 5th end.
10, maybe higher.
And that's what the Indian athlete has to do. Put down high scores to put some kind of pressure on the American.
10.
And Matt Stutzman says, what pressure? Much better shooting from Kumar. 2 10s in the final end. But look at the concentration on Matt Stutzman's face.
He just makes it look so natural. It's so beautiful, his technique.
Kumar with his final arrow, and what a grouping to finish off from the Indian. It is a 9, but all those arrows almost touching each other. Stutzman a 5 to take bronze here in s-Hertogenbosch. brilliant finish from the American. 10-10-10, a perfect 30, and an explosion of emotion from Matt Stutzman. He is the winner of the bronze medal here at the 2019 World Championships. What an athlete he is.
Such an inspiration, such an inspirational guy. Very happy to him to pick up bronze here.
Well, the athletes just wait for the confirmation. I think it's not really in doubt, as Stutzman, as a true athlete always does at the end of a medal match, throwing part of his equipment into the crowd. I think it was his peak cap, and handshake from Kumar. An athlete that's only been competing for 18 months, he must be proud of his appearance here, but on the day, Matt Stutzman was just too good.
Matt finished with that perfect 30, 310s. But Rakesh too, 10-10-9. He found him at the end, he found his nerves, he found his place, and for someone who is really on the road to Tokyo 2020 and the Paralympic Games, that's a great piece of experience to acquire.
Well, there we have it. Confirmation of the Compound Men's Open individual bronze medal going to America's Matt Stutzman.
What an inspiring athlete, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to meet him in the victory ceremony for bronze. So once again, give a big hand.
A true athlete, trains like any other elite athlete. And what a perfect finish to the bronze medal match for Matt Stutzman. Here are those 310s to take the bronze medal in real style. What an inspiration and what an athlete. And we'll see him a little bit later on when he collects his bronze medal.
Are you ready for our final event? And we're going to this
Well, coming up right now, it's time for the last match here in s-Hertogenbosch this Saturday, and it's time to settle the gold medal for the Compound Men's Open Individual at this year's World Championships. World number 4, the 36-year-old Ben Thompson of the USA takes on the world number 50, the 44-year-old Murat Turan of Turkey. And this is how the athletes got here. Thompson beating he and his teammate Stutzman. Turan taking out Manshezda and Kumar to give us this gold medal match. And Chris, it was a tight 144-142 match between Stutzman and Thompson in that semi-final. How tough is it to face a teammate?
These guys shoot against each other, they train against each other, and especially in the US where there's such a developed competition circuit and such a lot of high-level compound athletes, they're quite used to it. But then to shoot against each other on the world stage, it's still different. It's a world championship on the line, it's not a national event.
Yeah, indeed, and we saw Murat Turan from Turkey a little bit earlier on, not performing up to the high standards he set all week in the team matches.
No, but by the end of the team match he had found the 10. His last arrow was a 10, and if he's found himself and he's found his comfort in that arena, then we should be in for a good match now.
Well, the Americans in strong voice here. I think he's just spotted that he's on the big screen here at the venue. You're on TV as well. Well, it looks like they're already in the call room, and let's go down to the range to welcome the athletes for the gold medal here in s-Hertogenbosch.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes to the field of play for the Compound Man Open Gold Medal Match.
Here they are, big cheer there. Well,
On
the
target,
Turkish
number one,
contingent in the crowd were in loud
representing
voice
the
earlier
United
on,
States
and
of
now they're being
America,
matched by the
Ben
Americans because
Thompson.
world number 4, Ben Thompson, takes to the range for this gold medal match. He shot a 6.95 in the ranking round, going into the knockouts, ranked 5th. And world number 50, a 44-year-old Murat Turan from Turkey, he's already been on the podium stage here for the team matches. He shot a 6.80 in the ranking round, only ranked 21st, but he's battled his way through to this gold medal match.
So Ben Thompson will shoot first because he was the 5th one in the ranking round earlier this week.
Well, Chris,
so he can decide who
there
will
seems to be a
start
piece
the
of
match.
equipment
He
missing
decided
there
to
from
start.
Ben Thompson.
It's quite difficult to
Is
shoot
een
an
klein
archery
voordeel om te
final
beginnen,
without your
dus
bow.
deze schut-
I believe the coach is on his way with the equipment. Most of these athletes will bring 2 bows to a championship like this. 1 main bow, 1 spare bow, in case of any equipment failure. And there we are. Bows delivered.
Yeah, definitely going to need that. Smiles on the face of Ben Thompson. Strange things happen at World Championships, but I'm not sure I've ever seen such a vital piece of equipment missing from a gold medal match.
I think it was the coach that was missing, first of all.
I see. Well, that explains it.
Last minute nerves. Yeah.
Oh, who can blame them? This for the world title. Ben Thompson, the USA, going up against Murat Turan of Turkey. And it's Thompson on target 1 who will shoot first.
Then
It's a very good start from the American. And another low one from Turan. We saw those wider shots in the team match.
Murat Turan was going low when he was in the team final with Turkey.
10.
Thompson looking very relaxed as he shoots 2 10s. Well, there you go. Murat Turan correcting the sighter from an 8 up into a 10.
I'd like to see that first arrow again to see if there's any difference between the first and second, and if there's a reason for that low arrow.
Well, a 9 from Thompson. He's not happy with that, but he's put this one out of reach. He will lead at the conclusion of this end.
9. So that means Thompson is leading.
So
with 2.
a 9 from Turan means he trails by 2 after the first 3 arrows from each of the archers. And interesting, starting with a low 9. That was the order of the day for Turan in the team match, but then coming up and straight into the X for his second arrow. Well, you said you wanted to see the first and second arrows, Chris. Well, here we go.
Yeah, there's no visible difference in his technique when that arrow goes low, so maybe he's just aiming off, not quite in the middle when he's executing.
Well, trails by 2, looks quite happy. He looks like whatever it was that he did, adjusting the aim or whatever he's done with the sight has made a difference. And despite trailing by 2 points, perhaps he feels strong now going into the remainder of this match. So Turan will shoot first in the second end.
It's another low one for Murat Turan.
10.
Well, he's found the X again in his second arrow. Thompson, though, is on lightning form here.
You have to wonder if Murat struggles to keep his bow up, and he's fighting to keep the height while he's aiming.
Well, perhaps that's it. And I think that, you know, for people who don't get to see much archery, it's very difficult to see the tiny little differences that make a big difference at the target. And there's another beautiful grouping from Thompson, sees him get a perfect 30 and open up, well, a big lead after 2 ends, 4 points. And looks like he's not giving up hitting the middle of this target. And it's all about stability and a very solid and consistent process. And here we see Thompson's 310s, and look how solid and stable he looks.
That's fantastic shooting. He's probably shooting better than he shot in any of the elimination matches, which is the first archer we've seen in this finals arena to do so.
Yeah, doing very well indeed, the 36-year-old. But if you're looking for those telltale signs, Chris, the stabiliser for me seems to be quite a good indication. If that's starting to move around, even just a tiny bit, it's a bit of an indication that the shot might not be as perfect as the athlete wants it to be.
Absolutely, it's the thing that's furthest out from the archer. I like to look at the sight as well, because that's what they're looking at. And however much that sight is moving, you're seeing the movement that they're seeing when they're aiming at the target. And with Murat, with those arrows that are dropping down into the low 9 and the 8, we're only talking a millimetre difference on the bow, a millimetre, but that can feel like so much when you're looking at a target that's 50 metres away.
Well, it's a strong start from Ben Thompson, dropping just the 1 point to lead by 5. So Murat Turan will shoot first at the start of the third end.
He's got 2 groups. He's got one of the correct sides, and he's got one a ring low.
Well, that grouping is just incredible. He's hitting the same holes as he's hit in earlier ends. Well, there's that low grouping being hit again for Murat Turan. And this one is slipping away from him.
10.
It's difficult to beat someone shooting so well as Ben Thompson there. That's 1 arrow down in 8. Really world class.
9.
Well, a 9 from Turan, but is it going to be another perfect 30 from Ben Thompson?
9.
Well, he drops that one into the 9.
Number 29. He only lost 2 points.
Just asking whether that's low, but Thompson moving out to an 8-point lead, and like you say, world-class shooting. Take a look back at Thompson's, well, all of his arrows so far, all 9, and just that 1 left and 1 low 9, and the rest all in the yellow.
Yeah, and at this level, you'd expect people to hit if they shoot a good shot and miss if they don't shoot a good shot. And from what I've seen, I believe those 2 9s for him were not particularly good shots, not particularly bad shots, but all the rest have been right on point.
Yeah, archers looking for all their athletes to, all their arrows to be very, very close together. That's what we refer to as the grouping.
The world record for the 15-arrow match for the compound men's open category is a perfect 150 points shot by Alberto Simonelli Rowley back in 2015. But 2 points down is not bad either.
2 ends still to go though. Murat Turan, well, he will shoot first, and all he's got to do is put down a big marker to put some kind of pressure on Ben Thompson. But even then, he's looking for Thompson to crack under the pressure.
$9.89.
Incredible from Thompson. And Chris, Murat Turan has fought his way through to the gold medal match. Is this the low arrows and you're talking about trying to hold the bow up? Is it an indication of the endurance required at a championship like this?
I brought it up originally. I don't know what Murat's impairment is, or whether he has full control of his core body muscles, his torso, which is where I would think that difficulty, that endurance might come into play at the end of a long championships. I don't know what his grouping was like on the eliminations field. Unfortunately, we don't see those targets. But I'd be very interested to know why he thinks he's having those low groups.
Yeah, indeed. But a 9 and a 10 is not bad, and that grouping is pretty good as well. But 28, usually a really good score, puts you in contention. But he's up against a man who's barely missing at the 10 ring. And another perfect score from Ben Thompson, just to prove that. 230s and 229s for this American who is in fine form here, and it's in the gold medal match at the World Championships.
And I love the way his bow reacts when he shoots. It really jumps forwards and his hand jumps back. It shows he's pushing towards the target, and he's pushing back. And in a nervous situation like this, when you've got a strong, powerful technique along the line towards the target, that's the one that's going to hold up best.
Well, it's his second perfect 30, and here we take a look back. That one hole there, I think, has been peppered by 4 different arrows. And there we go, 2 X's and a 10. And an 11-point margin now for the American, and it means he can afford a smile as his fans cheer him on in the crowd. He knows that he's got one hand on the world title here. Now he needs to just hold it all together.
Time 2 will start shooting again.
Murat Turan shooting for us pride as much as anything else here, trailing by those 11 points. The final end of the gold medal match. Oh, that is the best arrow so far. He shot really well and looks like he's leaving the best for last. Turan suddenly finding the right height. Another 10. This is incredible. Just 2 9s so far for Ben Thompson. Everything else has been inside the 10 ring. And a 28 out of 30 is a good score again from Murat Turan, but just a scoring arrow required to settle this world title. And he puts one into the 8 to finish things off, but it's a 146 out of 150 for the 2019 world champion Ben Thompson.
And that was one of the best matches he shot this entire tournament. His highest score of the event was 147. If he tried a little harder with that last arrow, he probably would have beaten it, but he didn't care. He'd already won. He just wanted to send it down and finish things off.
Well, I think we can forget and forgive him for that last arrow. He'd done what he needed to. Ben Thompson is the men's individual champion here in s-Hertogenbosch. And there is confirmation. The 2019 World Archery Men's Individual Open Para Champion is the USA's Ben Thompson. And he shot so well, but he left the very best shot for the first one. There it is, the first one of the final end, right on the middle of the target, following it up with a second 10. And, well, he didn't need too much to win it. He shot his worst arrow as the last one, but as you say, Chris, he just relaxed and sent it down the range.
When things don't matter.
Yeah, he relaxed off at the end there, and the crowd were very loud and noisy for both the American and the Turkish athlete. But here's the final rankings for the Compound Men's Open. Ben Thompson taking the gold medal and the world title in style. Murat Turan perhaps suffering from a bit of fatigue in silver, and Matt Stutzman was great in the bronze medal match with Rakesh Kumar, who's only been shooting, the Indian only been shooting for 18 months. 4 brilliant athletes, and in fact an incredible lineup.
Yeah, and Andre Shelby, the 3rd US archer, down in 9th. That makes an incredible lineup going up into Tokyo 2020 for the US.
Well, without further ado, it's time to welcome the top 3 athletes in the men's tournament back out to the field of play for the medals ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the Compound Man Open. Dames en heren, jongens en meisjes. De medailleceremonie voor de categorie Compound Heren Open. Onze laatste ceremonie van vandaag. Medals will be presented by World Archery Secretary General. De medailles zullen worden overhandigd door de secretaris-generaal van World Archery, Tom Dillon. And the gifts will be presented by Dutch Archery Federation President. De cadeaus zullen worden overhandigd door de voorzitter van de Nederlandse Handbalbond, Lex Roving. Bronze medal representing the United States of America. De bronzen medaille namens de Verenigde Staten van Amerika.
Athlete who
Matt
shot a phenomenal
Stutzman.
bronze medal match against Rakesh Kumar of India. The USA's Matt Stutzman takes the bronze medal at the 2019 World Championships medal, presented by Secretary General of World Archery Tom Dillon, and the gifts by the President of the Dutch Archery Federation, Lex Roving.
Silver medal representing Turkey. Zilveren medaille namens Turkije, Murat
Well,
Turan.
he shot so well to get here to the gold medal match, but Murat Turan perhaps didn't have enough left in the tank for that gold medal match. He shot 3:27 a 28, but the 26 in the third end is what paid its price. But Murat Turan will come away from these World Championships with the silver medal.
Champion representing the United
A
States
very
of America.
deserving world champion. I'm not sure anyone would have beaten him today. Ben Thompson shot a 1:46 in the gold medal match, and the American is the 2019 world champion here in the Netherlands. He's following up the bronze that he took at the last edition of the World Championships in Beijing, and he really shot mighty fine in the final. Ben Thompson is the world champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those who are able, please rise for the national anthem of the United States
Now
of
it's
America.
time for the national anthem
Dames en heren,
of the
jongens en
United
meisjes,
States of America.
Indien u dat u in staat bent, ga dan alsjeblieft staan voor het nationale volkslied van de Verenigde Staten van Amerika. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause to our athletes. En dames en heren, jongens en meisjes hier in s-Hertogenbosch, nog één keer een heel groot applaus voor onze top 3.
Well, there we have it, the medals for the men's individual. Gold going to Ben Thompson, Murat Turan taking the silver, Matt Stusman the gold. Chris Wells, it's been a brilliant day, fantastic stuff here.
Beautiful. We've had Singapore's first ever world champion, and Ben Thompson. What a fantastic performance in the gold medal final of the men's events.
Oh, thank you to you, Chris Wells, for your insight. And just confirmation of the women's open team gold going to China, the men's team to Iran, the mixed team also to China. Nur Saida Alim came through a shoot-off to take the women's individual gold, and we've just seen a superb performance from Ben Thompson taking gold in the men's open individual. Well, that's it from the action here today in s-Hertogenbosch, a beautiful city. Coming up tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. local time, it's time for the beginning of Recurve Sunday. Thanks to all of you for joining us here on Saturday here at the World Para Championships, and we hope to see you again tomorrow.